the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode post COP28, where contributors will share their experiences and insights from COP28.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very warm welcome to all of you, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, from whichever part of the globe you are connected with us from. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode of Post 2028, where in this episode of COP28, we will be sharing the experiences and the comments of various experts who are joining us today. Before we start this episode, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra, and then we head forward for this beautiful episode. You can hold any affirmation of your choice, and I'll be singing this beautiful mantra devoted to Lord Gayatri. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. As we head on to this beautiful day, I would also like to greet everyone Happy Pongal, Happy Bihu, and Happy Makar Sankranti. The whole family of Healing Our Earth wishes everyone for the best of these festivals. These festivals have been a part of India and they have their historic background and cultural significance, as they are the harvest festivals of India and they mark the significance of the sun moving in Capricorn, which is called as Makar Sankranti, where the sun is moving from southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. Have you ever thought if the same rule is broken someday, what will happen? Did you ever think if any of these things disturb, then what will happen? And that's what we are going to discuss about today. It's all about nature. It's all about the laws of nature. And when we break them, we are putting ourselves and the whole nature in the trouble. With a lot of events happening and the occasions where we have been discussing all about climate change, but it is all related with these festivities. As these festivals around the globe, people celebrate based on the harvesting season, which is depending on the climates. And because of the climatic conditions, if there is global warming or any other thing, it will create a big havoc. So, thereby, today our episode is again dedicated on one of the climate change conferences that took place in Dubai in November, December 2023, and what all things were discussed and what all consequences are of the climate change. We have our experts who will be with us to talk about this. And with this greetings, let's invite our first guest, Deepti ji from Egypt. Deepti ji has been one of the very prominent figures and has gone a lot of work she has done in relation to religion, climate change, spirituality, and a lot more things. And she's representing her country in many ways on rising these issues at a global level. So let's hear from her what she has to say and what all tips she has to say as an expert. Global Namaste and happy Makar Sankranti to you.
Global Namaste. Happy Makar Sankranti, Amritaji, and everybody, whoever is listening to today's podcast. Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, Amritaji, what you said, climate change is the biggest thing or biggest significant problem the world is facing these days. Since I will be talking, I'm representing Africa here, so I'll be talking about the African perspective and what challenges they are facing and what events or what they want from COP28, post COP28. So you'll be surprised, Amritaji, and the listeners, that from 1991 to 2022, the temperature in North Africa especially has risen from 0.3 to 0.35 degrees per decade, which is little higher than global average. So the temperature has been up in the last 20 years. And when we normally talk about global warming, this is happening, the temperatures are falling or icebergs are melting. We talk in our drawing room, in air-conditioned room. It's a very nice topic to talk about, discussion. But if you go a little further in detail, how it is impacting eventually, due to this rapid increase especially in northern part of the Africa, where I'm based in currently, it has fueled the wildfires. In 2022, Algeria and Tunisia have faced these wildfires in their jungles. It not only increased the temperature, but also a changing in rainfall patterns. So the more frequent and, of course, consequently, frequent extreme weather events. And all of these phenomena impacts agriculture, water resources, biodiversity, and of course the wildlife. Climate change also, it gives a big push to spread of diseases like malaria. And as a repercussion, I would say, not as a consequence, as a repercussion, it is impacting public health infrastructure. And these temperatures, these temperature can affect energy demand since the temperature is increasing. It also demands more energy. And the availability of hydropower resources is limited. So if you're demanding more and resources are limited, so how it's going to affect eventually, we can understand it. African countries are mainly dependent on hydropower resources, and being limitation of hydropower resources, because the rainfall pattern has changed, as I'm saying, these things are, interconnected. Extreme weather events also damages roads, bridges, buildings, and it is also affecting, as a result, it's affecting the transportation. Another consequence of this transportation, because of the transportation gets affected, new tourism gets affected. Tourism gets affected, then new sector which might come in this country or another country will see, oh, the transportation is bad, the bridges are bad, the infrastructure is bad. So eventually it affects even the economic development. So as a result, efforts to address, these efforts needs to be addressed in Africa. It involves a lot of adaptation strategies. Renewable energy development and international cooperation reduces greenhouse gas emissions. These kind of effects has to be taken very much under care. At the same time, Africa has been, highlighted so far. I have some records I've written down some information about the countries. It has been known for the poverty and some negative things, but currently Rwanda is coming up as a tech hub. It's focusing on innovation and fostering entrepreneurship. Ivory Coast, it's the biggest cocoa production and import businesses there. It is also implementing reforms to attract investment and diversify its economy. Ghana, also sustainable cocoa expert, and also it is investing a lot in sustainable economy. Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, and so on. So the countries are trying hard, they're working hard to make their countries prosperous. And I hope in this COP28, world leaders, I'm so glad and I hope it happens, world leaders finally acknowledge the tackling of climate change. And they understood the transitioning away from this activity that causes climate change, which is burning fuel. And this is the first time they have acknowledged this, and they have decided to work on it and reduce the burning of fossil fuel. Although the time will tell whether the landmark or this declaration makes any difference in practice or not. But Africa is looking forward for that. It is also increasingly in spotlight for its role in combating climate change. Africa possesses excellent conditions for generating energy and generating from the renewable sources. So we will see the world is looking forward, rather the Africa is looking forward, whatever promises are given or whatever promises have been done in COP28. We will see how much it's going to be implemented on actual path or on actual ground. And currently Africa is at very critical crossroad. It has wealth of opportunities, but at the same time it is facing numerous challenges. So whatever promises are done, whatever promises are given, and one more thing, 65% of uncultivated land is in Africa. So this land has to be utilized for cropping or for farming. So Africa do not have to, depend for food for any other country. So there are a lot of challenges it is facing. But at the same time, there are a lot of possibilities it gives. And we will see, the time will tell how much world and Africa can come together. The globe helps us, or the Africa does it by itself. Only the time will tell.
That's very grossly you have said in such a way that these gross parameters that you have talked about basically in line with a lot of important aspects that you have highlighted, and they are not, I think, just the problem of Africa, but many countries are facing this kind of a thing. And it's an interrelationship right from the macro existence to the micro existence all around us. And if you see that very beautifully, Deeptiji, you have connected things, how from the natural havoc it is playing up a big havoc on our health and the health of our ecosystem, right from the biodiversity and the whole pyramid which you see. So the basic pyramid which has been built on the pillar of nature, if we are disturbing that, it is disturbing right the top. And that kind of a thing is creating a big issue for our future generations, I would say, because they are the one who need fresh air. They are the ones who need a fertile soil. They are the ones who need a beautiful place to live in. And that is what is being spoiled. What are your, can you just highlight in quickly, what are the measures that in Africa people are taking or the government is taking for working for climate change? Over to you. Thank you.
See, these are the challenges Africa is facing, but at the same time, there are many disputes. If you think about the disputes, African governments, they are not, the countries are not coinciding with their thoughts with each other. So this creates a lot of disputes, and the disputes are these are the reason, which is another problem. They cannot sustain on anything. Like I would say, tariff barriers or non-tariff barriers. The trade services.
You are mute. Yeah, please.
Sorry.
Please go ahead quickly before we move to Stefan. Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, the services, they have to liberalize the trade and services. They have to cooperate on investment and then utilize the natural resources. There are competition policy, competing on trade related areas. They have to figure out together. Unless they figure out these disputes among each other, the African countries, actually it's difficult to help at the same time. And this can give another excuse for others to help,
Yeah. I think Stefan can also put a good light on that and can add on with that. Let's welcome Stefan. Global Namaste, Stefan. Good afternoon. A very good afternoon to you. And what have you to say about what Deepti has said presently with the situation in Africa and the policies? Because you have also been a part of COP28 and what all had been discussed over there, and we also will be taking Robert shortly. So over to you. Please share your comments and what you have to say about all
Thanks,
this.
Amrita, for the introduction. Yes, I agree with Deepti that it's not only a problem for Africa, it's a problem for the entire world. And the global stocktake That was the highlight of COP28, which is this milestone that is scheduled every 5 years in the Paris Agreement on climate change. This global stocktake has demonstrated two things. First, that the current commitments, in technical terms, nationally determined contributions of each country, when they add up, they add up to a global objective, which is insufficient compared to reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And it's true that for Africa, which has a huge challenge, a demographic challenge with a very large population growth slated for 2050, it's true that if Africa follows the path that other countries or other economic regions have taken in the past, then this would create a sharp increase in greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore make reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement even more difficult. So there is a challenge here, especially in Africa. This starts, so the solution is a little bit complex, but if we can simplify a bit, the challenge here is for developed countries to quickly move out of fossil fuels and help developing countries, and especially the ones which have the quickest demographic growth, switch from the old business as usual development model to a new development model, which is not based on fossil fuels. That is not in progress. This is still something that we need to build. Current projections shows that the current path is an overshoot of the plus 1.5 degrees C global mean standard temperature, surface temperature criteria. And we know that beyond plus 1.5 degrees C, the world enters what we call the climate red zone, which is a dangerous area. So, and this might occur more and more often. The first year that the global mean surface temperature was beyond plus 1.5 C increase, it was in 2016. The second year was probably last year or maybe this year. And this will happen more and more frequently in the near future. So we are at this threshold where there is an overshoot, what we call the overshoot, which is that we are past the objective. And so that's the bad news. And the good news is that there is hope, because it is possible to actually have an overshoot and then come back under plus 1.5 C. And it's easier and faster to come back if the overshoot is small. So the first objective is really to protect natural carbon sinks, use nature-based solutions, and reduce drastically greenhouse gas emissions. But also the second part is that we need also to go to increasing the natural carbon sinks, namely forests and oceans, and so restoring forests and oceans. And also we need to scale up emerging negative emission technologies, namely emissions that enable using CO2, capturing CO2 from the atmosphere and using it for useful purposes. So the industry has experimented capturing CO2 and putting it underground, but that's not economically efficient and cannot scale up. So there are other ways to really solve the problem. So the problem is becoming more and more difficult as we overshoot the plus 1.5 C objective. That's the bad news. And the good news is there is a solution, but it is not yet actually being undertaken. And so this year, 2024, is important because after the global stocktake at COP28, the objectives of all the parties to the Paris Agreement is to state how they will fix the current situation, which is bad, and hopefully change their nationally determined contributions so that when they add up, we have a clear path to limiting the overshoot and then capturing CO2 and using it for useful purposes. So that's my take on this. Let me introduce Robert Mozike, our partner in Uganda, and Charles Appleby, the founder of No CO2. And so we are building one of those solutions, which is tree planting. And maybe Charles, you want to describe what we are doing at No CO2 and state how we could help meeting this challenge of capturing CO2.
Thank you, Stefan. Very good to see you as well, Robert. Let me give just a short introduction, Stefan, and then we can hand over to Robert to hear what he's doing in Uganda, because I think we're all interested to hear about that. So with the trees, it was back in 2016 that I felt that something that I could do, which would be relatively easy, would be to encourage people to make donations to plant trees. And that's where No CO2 came from. So what we're doing, we're making it easy for people to donate to plant trees. By planting trees, it restores nature, it removes CO2 from the air, and also creates paid work for the people planting the trees who are in extreme poverty. So there's huge, huge benefits here. So sadly, with all the discussion over the years, not enough people are seeing really the strategic overview that you gave earlier, Stefan. It's so important that we all do something. And I think what we have on the screen here today, we have 3 people here, plus many more, people who are taking action. And it's all about translating your intent into something concrete. So when I started this idea back in 2016, how many trees did I think we'd plant? Well, I thought we'd plant quite a few, but whatever. But now we planted 1.7 million trees, and we're looking at planting trees for carbon credits, which would be chunks of 20 million trees at a time. So we're not there yet. We're looking for people who would like to finance that. But the what's possible, Stefan, with your organization, the vision you have for low carbon materials, and bringing it back to Robert now. Robert actually lives in a relatively poor country in Uganda. Robert has the vision to plant tens of thousands of trees to create work, to restore nature. It's all about converting that intent into some action. And everybody listening on the line, I really would encourage you to think about what you can do. You don't have to plant 1 million trees. You can do something which is in your scope, something you can see around you. But let's hand over to Robert. Robert, really keen to hear what you're doing, how you're making a difference in Uganda. Thank you.
Yes. Nice to meet you all. I'm called Message Robert from Uganda, the founder and CEO of the George Africa Foundation. In Uganda, I will talk about Uganda and Africa compared to the global north. First of all, we have been getting challenges. Why are we having this climate crisis? Previously, all COPs, now we are on COP28, COP29, but they have been thinking of treating the symptom and the sign of climate crisis. For instance, if there is hunger, they go and treat the hunger. They go and help the hunger. If there is floods, they go and respond to floods. But now there is a call. There is a call to treat or try to address the real cause of carbon, the real cause of climate crisis, and of which it is carbon dioxide. That is the major thing. So we Ugandans, we are facing that thing of carbon dioxide, and some of which we are not the one directly contributing to that carbon dioxide into the air. Some of this carbon dioxide, they are contributed by the global north. Because if you go in analysis and you compare the factories, the industries in Africa and the industries in global north. So global north, it is contributing more carbon dioxide, greenwashing, and so that's the major challenge. So first of all, we Ugandans, there is a challenge of poverty. Global, all Africans, we are poor, and being poor, that's what has contributed to cutting down trees for firewood, for charcoal, for commercial use, for timbers, to earn something to eat. And basing on that, in poverty, people, they have produced very many, population is increasing, and if population increases, there is a competition of land use, there is a competition of resources, and those competition of resources, people, they have come up to compete with those resources and end up destroying carbon sinks. What carbon sinks have in Uganda, we have forests that helps to carbon sinks, and some people now, they have started looking those forests as a source of income, cutting them down. And we have peatlands, they have turned them into agricultural land. We have those ones, and we also have fossil fuel. We have this East African crude oil pipeline in Hoima, and it is also going to be touched on, and we anticipate that it's going to emit tons and tons of carbon dioxide. So we, as the Rejoice Africa Foundation, we have an initiative of saving the next generation from this current crisis. And we are using this through tree planting to increase carbon sinks. We imagine that if we plant more trees, especially fruit trees, because fruit trees, people, they will get food, they will get fruits, and also it will also help in absorbing carbon dioxide from the air, from the atmosphere in Uganda. So we are targeting two things. If the trees are there, but not these fruit trees, people, they tend to see them as useless trees, and they start cutting them down for firewood. But if they see those trees are fruit trees, they don't cut those fruit trees. So far, this 2023, we managed to plant 10,000 trees with the support from Save Our Planet organization under Stephen. And this year, we hope to plant 10,000 trees to cover the area in the land. And as I told you that we have poverty, we hope these fruits, they will help these people also to earn income for their families, because they have been cutting trees, looking for firewood, to a source of income, but we just assume if they plant more trees, we are going to increase the income. We are also going to increase carbon absorption. We are going to reduce, but we really call upon global north to see what they have caused on global south, and they pay reparations. All COPs, global south, we have been pushing for climate reparations, but nothing has come out. So it is just a theory. Every COP, they promise, they pledge, but all pledges, they have come empty. And now we don't know where we are going. So it's high time to see that these global north, they can give us reparation to do these things, because we are not the one who contributed to this global warming. Then secondly, there is wealth redistribution. As we try to address this poverty against climate crisis, all wealthy people, all rich people, they should think how they can give to those poor people to support their income, so that they can stop earning from climate causing things like cutting trees, using very many things, using public means. So we need to see on that. Then Rejoice Africa is using another initiative of trying to reduce the carbon emission, the rate of carbon emission going into atmosphere. In this, we are using smart cooking. We have not secured a lot of funds to do that project. We are using now local things to do smart cooking, where we construct that smart cooking stove using the local materials, and we also get the briquettes into that smart cooking. So the carbon emission in that cooking, it is very little compared to use firewood, other methods. But we hope if we get more funding, we can use solar in smart cooking. We can use solar. We can use renewable energy in smart cooking. So then another thing, as I told you, another initiative, as I told you, we are affected because of the population growth. 8 billion in this planet, Earth, the Earth is a bit suffocating, and of which the sign of suffocating, it is now climate crisis, climate droughts in Africa. You can see my background. You can observe my background. That is the small source of water in a desert place where the water gathered after rain. Just people, this source of water was supplying a community of around 10,000 people in my community. I took this picture and it is my background. So we hope if these people, they can understand how they can manage their family from producing anyhow without a plan. If you produce a child, you should have a plan for the child. For example, if you want to produce a child, you should think how, if you can deliver basic needs to that child. If you cannot deliver basic need, you don't need to now to produce that child, because that child is going to be a burden on this earth and start also causing carbon emission, creating very many things. So that those are 3 things we are using technically to try to help in saving the next generation. Thank you. Back to Charles.
Thank you, Robert. I think I want to really double down on what Robert just said, because he has summarized brilliantly, I think, the challenges facing poor communities in Africa, and at least his community. And so we see that we have a mix of issues, which is, food and water and smart cooking. And it was a very widely accepted conclusion at COP28 that the poorest communities and the poorest countries were taking the brunt of climate change when they actually are not responsible. So this is the notion of climate justice to fix what we have now, which is the climate injustice. This is why we are happy to work together with Robert and his team at Rejoice Africa Foundation in Uganda, so that they can actually help us plant more trees, while these fruit trees will help them fix their own food supply and issues. The second issue that Robert mentioned is really cooking. So trying to avoid cutting trees for cooking and having more efficient stoves so that they can use less biomass for cooking. And then the third issue is water supply, and that's soil remediation, water management, that we can do when we address the tree planting issue on a much larger scale. So 10,000 trees planted in 2023, a target of 100,000 trees in 2024, And at that scale, then it's of course 10 times larger area of land. And on that land, Rejoice Africa Foundation will tackle both the soil remediation and the water management issues. This shows how actually a poor community can contribute tremendously in fixing the issues that the developed countries have caused, while the developed countries are also working on their issue, which is moving out of fossil fuel so that their level of economic development stops destroying the climate. So thank you, Robert.
What I'd just like to say, Stefan, is that really people can see this, what's happening. They can see that for themselves the difference that trees make. I mean, in 2021, year before last, in 2022 in the UK, we had the hottest day ever. And on that day, I've got a simple tree in the garden with just very small leaves. And I sat under that tree in the shade, okay? And it was a very hot day, but it wasn't, you know, the sun wasn't oppressive because the tree was taking the strain. And as long as that tree has just enough water, the leaves won't fall off and it provides shade. Obviously, with any tree, there comes a point it doesn't have any water, the leaves fall off and that's the end of it. But what that tree is doing in the meantime is providing shade, which is cooling us, and it's also cooling the soil, which means the soil doesn't heat up so much. So anybody, you can see this yourself. And the second thing is that I've got a very small area in the garden, just a few trees, a lot of shrubs. And in that area, each year, the trees don't die off. I have other trees and plants that die because of the shortage of water. But in that area, it seems to be self-sufficient, even if there's no rain for 2.5 months or something. It's self-sufficient because of the trees. And so the more trees, basically what's happening, the more trees we cut down, whether it's in Africa or the Amazon rainforest or Congo or where, the more trees we cut down, the less capable is the earth to stop the warming and to hold the water that's already in the soil. So if we can get these trees planted, it's very quickly starting to make a real difference to the planet and make it a lot better for all of us, and for animals and for all life. So if you'd like to take a look more, take a look on the screen behind me. You've got the No CO2 website, n0co2.org. Take a look at this. If you'd like to make a donation specifically for Uganda, then do send us a message through the website to say that your donation is for that. But what we'd really like you to do, make contact with us, and so that we can receive your donation by bank transfer, because that's more efficient and we can make sure the money gets through to Robert and give you a tree planting certificate and the rest. So do make contact with us, make a difference. Back over to Stefan.
Thank you. Yes, I will send the links in the chat so that everybody can easily access our resources about the global problem, and also the negative emissions technologies that are required to go beyond what tree planting can actually achieve, which is really interesting, because those food forests are really key to improving the situation, both food and water, in poor communities, and while they help us fix the global problem, which is capturing CO2, and at the same time we need negative emission technologies such as zero carbon or carbon negative materials, so that the industry becomes carbon neutral quicker.
That's wonderful. In fact, it was a very nice talk and a conversation between you, Stefan, Robert, as well as Charles. I have a question, because what I see on your background screens are three different pictures. One, that is the reality behind Robert, which is about the water crisis. The another, Stefan, you have a very beautiful picture, which seems to be really beautiful to see the earth like that. But then it can be a very devastating picture in coming times to see just lights and the gadgets of lights, of sparkling lights, and no greens and no blues around. And what I can see is a a dream image for everybody to see the earth which is behind Charles. So as you have been working on the project of Uganda to have plantation of trees, are there any specific trees that you can guide people for planting? Because through this Zoom meeting, we are actually broadcasting through different partner channels around the globe, and people have with a higher viewership. So people must be very keen to know, if I have to plant certain trees, what would be your insight to tell people what is best for them to plant? Over to you. So I would, yes.
Yeah. So
Yes, please.
sorry, yeah, I always jump after the question. Thank you, Amrita. It's a very important question. So in fact, it really depends on where you live. But for all the equatorial and tropical zones, in fact, the scientific studies and hands-on studies of some NGOs have been conducted for the past 25 years. And there are some trees which have given remarkable results, such as the Mayanat tree, because it's a fantastic tree because of its resilience, its size, its growth speed, its ability to pump about 80 kilograms of CO2 per year per tree, and really speed up the carbonatation reaction, which is really turning CO2 into carbonates in the underground due to some symbiotic biophysics reactions with involving mushrooms and the tree roots. So the Maynard tree is fantastic because while it's doing this, it's also producing nuts that can be used for food and oil production. So it's really maybe if there is one species that should be singled out, it would be this one, and it has been tested in the Caribbean, in Africa, and in India. So it's really almost a magic fruit. But all the other fruits that Robert mentioned, avocados, mangoes, are really great because they grow very quickly. They are very productive, and they also have a very nice CO2 capture intensity, which means in the small area you can actually pack more CO2 and create and accelerate biomass production, which is what you need to regenerate the soil. And this is really so those food forests are really, I think, that one of the few basic bricks that we need to build a worldwide regenerative economy, because it really fixes a lot of issues in modern agriculture. So there are also other kind of trees like, but I don't know actually the English names, but there have been like 20 species of trees which are globally very interesting. But of course, for the northern areas like Northern Europe and so on, that would be completely different tree species because of course the tropical species would not survive the winter.
So let's come over to Robert about this in a minute. But what I would say is that it's very, very important to talk to the people locally. Even within the Amazon rainforest, there are some trees in location A that are better and others in location B. I mean, if you're planting trees in an environment, basically look at what trees are already there. So one of the ways of planting trees is to collect seeds from the trees that are there. And I find in my own garden that certain plants regenerate with baby seedlings themselves really, really easily, and others don't. So ask people locally. And for advice on what to do, talk to people who really understand this. So, for example, in Uganda, talking about fruit trees, talk to Robert about his area, but talk to other people in your area about what's different for your area. So you come to a view about really what's possible and also what the best way is of growing their trees, those trees, because some work in some areas and some really don't work as well. So back over to Robert.
Beautiful, beautiful. Before we quickly move, let's have quick comments from Robert as well. Robert, what do you have to say before we move to Kailash and Deepak? Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The trees, the type of trees, it depends on the need of the community. It depends on the types they have been having previous in the community that they happened to cut for the commercial use. So if we are doing reforesting, planting trees. We first studied the area, but when we were studying the area, we found that most people, they cut trees because they want resources, and they are poor. They are poor. They want money. They want something to eat. So that's why we introduced this system of fruit trees, where we aim at addressing two sides: poverty, climate, soil, biomass in the soil, and we are seeing people are getting used with these types of trees. So that's what I can say now, and I urge you, if we can work together, we can save the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, as we had such a beautiful conversation with Robert Charles, as well as we moved from Stefan, let's move from there to UK with Kailash. And before that, I think Neil has some comments. Neil Kumar, if you have your comments, please, before we move to Kailash and Deepak.
No comment. No comment. Please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Kailash, global namaste to you and very beautiful good afternoon. And I could see that now in the time of Christmas, where Santa Claus has to come on the sledge giving gifts, there's no snow to walk on the sledge for the Santa. So what have you to say about all these changes, and where people from the very beginning of our lullaby stories, where the Santa Claus used to come with the snow and people used to cover themselves and play with snow, and Christmas trees were known to have gifts with the snow in it. Now there's no more snow in many of the parts of the world at that time. And how does that feel, and how do you think this is really impacting? Because somewhere or the other, every individual who's walking by the street and wishing everyone Christmas must be having this thought as well. There used to be snow that time, and now there's no more snow, and we're just knocking at the doors. Earlier times, the whole screens had to be clean. There has to be snow that has to be cleared, and then people used to celebrate. But now, no more. So, what are your comments on all these things? What climate has been impacting? Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste to everyone, and happy Makar
Global namaste.
Thank you so much for inviting myself and Deepakji again. Last time we were on, we were talking about the training that we were delivering on climate change, and today I want to talk about how we, as collectively, we can make that difference. And already we've had our previous speakers, Charles, talking about taking action. And this is what I really would like to sort of, myself and Deepakji would like to focus on. It's right, we've talked about the climate change and the effects and what's happening, but what can we do now? How can we take those small steps and take those actions collaboratively? So that's what I like to talk about. And if I may just share a couple of slides. Just bear with me, I'll just. So as you can see, the very first module that we delivered was training. And training was all about gaining an understanding of what climate change, climate action, how it involves all of us. So we had a 8-week session where we looked at what happened, what causes climate change, and what actions can we take together. So today we'd like to talk about, okay, we identified those, but how do we move forward? How do we take that collective action together? So the module that we are focusing on and talking about is the environmental assessment and management, which supports our action to slow down the climate change. So collective grassroots action, what is it? It's essential to slow down climate change and maintain climate condition on our planet in which we can survive. And this is necessary, a complementary part of the climate action taken by many governments, including the UK government. Collective action grassroots action means that we work as communities to adopt ways of living that are more sustainable. And what we mean by sustainable living means thinking about how to slow down climate change through every choice that we make in this material living, and spiritually reverting from a consumer mentality to the contributor as part of one whole, accepting sustainability as the only way of living. So just want to just talk about, what is assessment? What is the environmental assessment? So sustainable living is thinking about different aspects of our way of life and each aspect. So that means continuing with our existing right choices and discontinuing with the wrong choices and substituting wrong choices with the new right choices. So the environmental assessment helps us to map out different aspects of our way of life and then record our good practices in some aspect which increases sustainability, and not so good practices which could be changed to become more sustainable. So how do we manage this environmental thing? So it's taking action on different habits that we have to change our ways to become more sustainable. So environmental management is a lifelong, as we continue to make our way of life more sustainable by introducing changes that we can make over a short term, by working on introducing changes that may take longer to bring about, or by repeating an environmental assessment at regular intervals to record new changes to our ways, to map new areas that may need changes, and to track our progress on our longer term changes. So just want to give you a little bit of sort of background. So this toolkit was designed by one of my colleagues, Dr. Shona Pal, who's also a founding member of the LEAP organization. And it's meant to sort of work together with different organizations. So when we did the training just before summer, and Deepak is one of our participants who will also be talking a little bit later about his experience, is, well, we've done the training about what the climate change, but how do we put that into practice? How can we all work together to make that difference? So the Environmental Assessment Management Toolkit for Hindu organizations is a free resource that you can use to plan and integrate more sustainable ways into your faith space and its interaction with communities, and also encouraging communities to adopt a more sustainable ways. The toolkit is a self-reflection resource that you use yourself to find ways to improve sustainability in your organization. A detailed document, it helps consideration of different aspects of your interaction with your wider community, suppliers, and use of your building space and outdoor premises. So in the toolkit, you can record, celebrate activities and uses where you are already using excellent sustainable practice, shareable with other organizations and people. It helps identify where more sustainable practices can be introduced on a short or long term. It also helps prioritize short and long goals for increasing sustainable practice, and this helps you create an environmental policy for your organization. And it helps you identify new areas and aspects to your organization that develop over time and make changes to your goals and your environmental policy to reflect this. And I'd like to sort of now invite Deepakjit, who has also been obviously party to this training, and I'd like to ask him how this environmental assessment toolkit is being.
Hi, it's a global namaste to everybody. And yeah, thanks to all for your contributions. If
you are on mute, Deepak. A global namaste to you, and please, over the 4 minutes, please quickly your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, firstly, thank you, and a global namaste to everybody. I've just had some technical issues, so my apologies. And yeah, I'd firstly like to kind of echo sentiments made by Kailash Ben with regards to how we as communities can work collaboratively. As I sort of touched on last time, all of this stuff is very kind of closely interlinked, and everything must really happen at grassroots level. and maybe even just focusing on what our previous generations or ancestors have done, and trying to bring that into the present. So, always minimizing waste and the actual, I suppose, footprint of what you're doing. So if there are more sustainable, more environmentally efficient ways of doing things, then let's look at that, and bring that into the households, not just for industry, motor vehicles, etc., which is kind of where a lot of the focus tends to be. We as individuals are responsible for our own actions, and I feel that at this stage, everybody needs to pull together. So, that definitely is a collaborative piece. We as an organization that I represent, we try to push the message out to our congregation, and the stuff that we're doing does, involve some of the basic changes in our buildings. For example, I think I mentioned last time, using sustainable lighting, efficient heating systems, adding insulation where there might not be any, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's nice that you have shared up the tips in relation to sustainable living, which is a very important aspect about climate change, where it starts from our house and it ends at our garden, actually. And working on the sustainable tips, on working on our habits and our right choices of deciding what's right for us and what's wrong for us, it may be a small cup on the dining table that you decide what you want to pick and choose, or it can be a grocery shopping that you go for, or your accessories on a personal basis. Every bit of it counts for what is essential and what is counting up for me making up the global change that is happening on the basis of climate. And it is pretty interesting to also understand these aspects in a beautiful way, where we'll be taking up Brahma Kumaris very shortly, in over 2 minutes from now. And but the kind of work you have been putting forward in UK and London, it's really nice and remarkable. And the change has to start from children, and to educate them, to train them, and to let them know about the values that nature has given us, that we should value them. And it's a beautiful initiative, rather, that you have been putting forward. And you could see the slides are very pretty, and they are very creative in its own way, to give guidance to little ones as well, as what is right for me and what is wrong for me, what should I buy and what not. And this is really nice on that. And before we just quickly move to Brahma Kumaris, a little tip from your side and your side over 1 minute. What a tip for climate change, what best can be there? Kailashi and then Deepak. Over to you. Thank you.
So I'd say, just make those small changes, like just changing those habits. Like I mentioned last time, just, when you're brushing your teeth, not to leave the tap on, or maybe doing for a shower, just, instead of a bath, maybe a quick shower, or changing your, light bulbs to LED. Those little changes will make a huge impact. And so that's my little tip for today. Thank you. And also inspiration from sorry, I just want to mention from last week's speakers. They were so inspirational. They were saying less is more, and just that simple living. And I thought that was beautifully said. So again, I'd like to invite that in my own life as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Deepak, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, so just basically touching on all these points, and these are things that we all can do. As actually, we all have a motor vehicle, so think about journeys you need to make. And when you're going somewhere, if you can maybe team up with a few other people, so it's only one car journey, maintain your car, keep your tires inflated. So there's a whole host of different things which actually probably the best thing to do is maybe just sit down. I'm happy to speak to anybody on this anyway, and do an assessment of what are your most impactful sort of actions, and maybe do an audit on yourself. And start from the highest, most damaging habits, if that's the right correct way to put it, and maybe sort of hit those first, and then sort of work through your list. So yeah, I mean, we've all got to start somewhere, and keeping it at that level is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kailash and Deepak, for joining us. Stay around. We'll have a couple of comments and questions for you as well. And let's move to Brahma Kumaris. Global Namaste and Om Shanti, Sister Anita from Mount Abu, a beautiful place and the ashram you are in. And a very warm welcome to this another episode of Post COP28. We had been talking a lot about sustainability, climate change, sustainable living, planting trees, right choices. And before you move further with other Brahma Kumaris, I have to talk, how do you think spirituality impacts sustainability? So please shed some light for us. Om Shanti, over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Om Shanti, greetings of peace to all my beautiful sisters and brothers. And yes, thank you to Healing Our Earth family and to Nil Kumarji for having us again, so we can continue this beautiful dialogue. And also I would like to pass my good wishes for the new year. We are only in the second week of the new year, and good wishes are always fresh. And also today is the special festival in India, Makar Sankranti, where we celebrate really the harvest. We share gratitude with Mother Earth and with the sun for everything that it has been providing to us so beautifully and abundantly. So all the best to you and also to our Mother Earth. And yes, thank you for your question. And today, indeed, we would like to shed more light from spiritual point of view on the climate change crisis. But if you ask me shortly, I would like to say that I believe spirituality helps in understanding what is my motivation, why I want to do all these things. Because it is, on one hand, we can say it's a sprint. We don't have much time, but it's also like a marathon. So we need to endure and we have to sustain our activities for a long time. And for this, what is very important is motivation. So really to take a moment and check why I'm doing all these things and remember this, and this will be like a force that will help me to move on and conquer all different obstacles. So one motivation that I have, but also I believe it's difficult to do in such a big crisis things by myself. So I believe it is very important to take power from above, from the source that is there, that is ready to give us patience and power and light and love. Take it and then share it with others. So I think those two things are very helpful from spiritual point of view to create a sustainable, beautiful, abundant world. And I'm sure my colleagues will speak more about it also, because indeed we would like to take it from where we left it in December, and we would like to go more into details in specific themes. So everyone, we have 6 colleagues today who will share their experience from COP, but what is more important, what next, or rather what now, what we should be doing now, or rather how we should be now. So they will be speaking about this, and there will be also a moment of personal reflection. We would like to introduce also this thing today, the moment where we can absorb whatever was told and see how it fits me. And also we can share this beautiful energy with Mother Earth, this healing energy. And also I would like to say, because January is very important month for Brahma Kumaris. Actually, it is a month where we remember the founder of Brahma Kumaris, Brahma Baba. And why I would like to mention him today? Because actually whatever you will be hearing today, it's very much the legacy that he left. You know, he left in 1969, but his lifestyle was totally sustainable, as we would say today. So it was because of his personality and because of the values that he used in practice. So total non-violence towards anything and anyone, a complete simplicity, very simple needs, and whatever he wanted was always for others and for the nature, not for him. Care and compassion towards everyone, and beautiful, very clear vision of the new world, of brotherhood for humanity, and also harmony for the nature. So we took a lot of inspirations and benefits from him, and we are still taking. So whatever you will be hearing today, it was very much shaped also by him. And it is very much relevant today. So yes, I would think we can start, and I believe we will have time for interaction. So after every speaker, there is time to ask questions, to make comments, to have a dialogue simply. And we would like to start with Golo Pilz. So Golo, he is a long-term meditator, like already maybe more than 40 years. He has been practicing this Raj Yogi lifestyle. And his specialty is that he combines the power of silence with power of science. So he is the advisor to the Brahma Kumaris for renewable energies, and he has been instrumental to do research, development, and installations of many different solar systems. So what I've heard from Robert when he was sharing before about the smart cooking, I think this is also something what we could share and learn from each other. Basically, many things I see we have in common, and such a beautiful platform to share and to build on it. So Golo, if I can ask you now to share about more spiritual aspects within the UN climate change conferences. You've been already to many since 2009. So please also share what kind of contribution the Brahma Kumaris, which is spiritual movement, can make in this kind of platform, and what you think now is really important to do and to be like. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Aneta. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share a bit about the climate conference in Dubai. And now it has been confirmed, 2023 has been the hottest year on record. And climate change becomes now very serious. Everybody's talking about, I'm in Mount Abu in India, and some days ago, I read a report that there's no snow in the Himalayas and people cannot ski. But that is not the real problem. The problem is in spring, there won't be any snow to melt, so there will be much less water coming from the Himalayas to the plains in India. So normally snow is about 250 millimeters in December, and they had 17 millimeters, which is quite significant different. So climate change is happening. It's getting quite serious now. And James Hansen, which is one of the godfathers of climate science, he's one of the persons he first warned in the 70s already. I think he was with NASA at that time. He warns that in 24, it's just very new, just a couple of days old, he warns that in 24, in this year, we cross the threshold and Earth will spiral out into a new superheated area with all its consequences. And he says the current picture science draws and gives us is not really the whole picture of the energy balance, what comes into the planet. And less and less energy is being reflected and trapped. And so far, the oceans have absorbed a lot of heat, and they have warmed up and warmed up and warmed up. And water has much more energy content than air. And now the oceans are saturated. And so in combination with El Nino, he says 24 will be quite a steep learning curve for humanity. And in a new paper, which has been published a couple of days ago also by Merz Institutes, they say that we're not tackling really the root causes of climate change, and they define them as overconsumption, too much waste, and overpopulation. And unfortunately, at the climate conference, these issues are not really that much addressed, like, for example, a sustainable lifestyle or a simple lifestyle. This climate conference was quite big, 80,000 delegates, and all was about loss and damage. And it was a bit surprised that in the beginning, loss and damage was agreed. I think UAE, United Arab Emirates, and Germany gave the seed money, $400 million to start that funds. But the damage is already almost $400 billion per year. So the expected 100 billion is like a bit like a drop, and it comes also quite late. And probably not that much money will reach at the end to the real people who are suffering from climate change. Just to give an idea, Africa is responsible for 3 to 5% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and suffers is one of the countries who suffers most. So loss and damage was a big issue, and of course the national determined contribution. We have to ramp up our ambition, and basically science says we have a couple of years maximum, and then we should come to net zero, which is at the moment not look like it's showing is supposed to happen, because the outcome of the COP was not really accordingly. At the COP also, first time the carbon footprint of our food production was discussed, which was very interesting, because meat production or farming is also like a big elephant in the room, causing a lot of damage, and causing a lot of meat production causes a lot of emissions. And so this is first time it is being addressed, and is a good suggestion. Everybody can go vegetarian or even vegan, plant-based diet. And public health was also being discussed and becomes a big issue. Just for example, in India, Delhi, I just spoke today to somebody. It's totally foggy, it's totally polluted, and 70%, 80% of people in Delhi have chronic bronchitis. So quite serious situation. And Brahma Kumaris is very active in the field of renewable energies. We are doing many things to reduce our carbon footprint, to protect nature, to live in harmony with nature. One aspect is our renewable energy programs. Already since almost 30 years, we're in solar cooking for family, the solar cooker. We promote the solar lantern. 30,000 lanterns. We distributed thousands of solar cookers. And we also installed a solar institutional cooking system based on parabolic dishes. But we installed also almost 3 megawatt of photovoltaic with a couple of thousand meditation centers, I think 5,000 meditation centers in India and 800 abroad. And we try to inspire our centers to go on renewable, on clean technology. So we have 500, 800 photovoltaic systems in India, and many of our centers also abroad, they put a solar photovoltaic system or solar hot water system on the rooftop. And we are a research center, and also we are probably the biggest institutional user of solar energy in India. So that's also going on. And then we have also a tree plantation project called Kalptaru, where we planted already almost 2 million trees, and it's app-based. You can make a photo, upload it, and count the trees you have planted. We have also a program for travel compensation where we try to inspire our people to donate some of their yearly funds for traveling towards green projects in order to compensate for the CO2 emissions. We have another interesting project called Yogic Farming, in which we teach and inspire farmers to meditate and have a positive mindset towards the seeds and towards the land. And the results are quite interesting, 20%, 30% more yield in wheat, and also carrots and vegetables. They all react apparently to the good thoughts. And we've done this project together with a university, agriculture university. And now we're identifying 70 farms in India, and the Indian Ministry of Agriculture is interested to do a pilot program with Brahma Kumaris. Of course, also then we introduce organic farming with all its benefits. So we try to raise the awareness also amongst our own people, but also have guidelines for our centers, a green policy for our centers, plastic-free ideas and so on, and give regular newspapers. And this is also the reason why we go since almost since the climate conference 2009 in Copenhagen. We have been participating to all United Nations Climate Conference. And this time we did almost 60 programs. For the first time, the Faith Pavilion was there. Our sister Maureen, she got even a medal. We had, I think, 5, 6, 7, 8 programs in which we shared with other faith organizations our ideas and tried to create a common platform from where everybody then can sort of introduce this kind of good ideas and concepts to their congregations and to their followers and their people. And it's very, very good. It was the first time we had a faith pavilion, and 80% of the world population, they follow one or the other belief system. We had also a lot of youth programs. We had an exhibition booth. Our Radio Madhuban here from Abu Road got accredited also. And we had some filming and interviews inside the COPs, which we organized. We had a big program at the Queen Elizabeth called Sowing Seeds of Hope with Sister GMT. More than 400 people came. All was also live streamed. And this time, for the first time, we organized a wisdom studio, Care, Share, and Inspire. And we had 13 programs with 40 speakers. And so far, we have almost 80,000 viewers. And this was all about bring together science, spirituality, ideas and concept, and think outside of the box and see how we can tackle through lifestyle change, mindset change, etc., the climate problematic. So this climate studio was done in a professional studio, and it's also online available at our Brahma Kumaris Echo webpage and our YouTube channel. We had also various meditation sessions. One of our sister, Caro, she's came with the Institute for Advanced Sustainable Studies from Potsdam. They had a pavilion inside the COP, and we did regular meditations there. So the result of the COPs were quite interesting. As I mentioned, we had this loss and damage agreement right in the beginning, and everybody was sort of reacting quite positively. But as I said, it's not enough money. It comes very late. For example, America, which is, I heard, the biggest exporter of oil and gas in the world, donates $17 million towards that loss and damage fund, which needs hundreds of billions of dollars. So that's quite interesting. Then the agreement has unfortunately also been watered down, and the main issue to phase out fossil fuels has not been really addressed. I think it has been mentioned for the first time that fossil fuels are responsible for climate change after 28 climate conferences. It's about time we mentioned that. But the language has been watered down, and it's talking about we should sort of in phases go away from this fossil fuels. And the curve, the trend at the moment is going steep up. So no way that this agreement is sort of really bringing that reduction of the usage of fossil fuels. It seems it's business as usual. Many delegates have been frustrated, and many have been burned out. Here is now where our input comes, our spiritual input from the Brahma Kumaris, because we sort of propagate the idea, the concept that an inner change is so important through meditation to build up resilience, inner strength. And that brings the power and the enthusiasm and the determination to sort of change your personal lifestyle. And so we try to bring together innovative ideas from science, politics, and spirituality, and propagate the idea when I change, when I bring a change on the inside, my actions are changing, and then I'm doing something good for the world and sort of go into the right directions. And we also propagate strong morals and ethical foundation, because we believe humanity has sort of deviated from the path from the ethics and from the moral values. And sort of it's now more like everybody wants to have as much as possible, and the planet doesn't have the resources anymore. So we believe simple lifestyle. We have also 10 ways to save the planet, and one is a simple lifestyle, one is open your heart, one is recharge yourself, and so on. And if people connect to their inner goodness, our collective action is going to change. and then we all care for the planet Earth. And then also we propagate, of course, the love for yourself and love for the world, because what you love, you take care and you don't destroy it. So we have a very strong spiritual message at the climate conference. We have a good presence there. Our delegation, we were about 15 people there, and we had about 60 programs. And interestingly, slowly, Brahma Kumaris is being recognized as being there consistently, regularly, and bringing that message of inner transformation. And slowly people understand money alone doesn't do it. Technology alone doesn't do it. Strategy alone doesn't do it. It has to be something more, something bigger. And that's us. That's our love and our compassion. And that we have to develop and nourish like a little flame, which we have to kindle and make it bigger and bigger and make it shine and radiate. And that's what we're doing at the climate conference. And it's for us as an institution also a very steep learning curve, because we are now 15 years participating or 16 years participating at all the COPs. And for us as an institution, we also developed step by step our green policy, our lifestyle, plastic-free campaign, tree plantation, and so on. And we're trying really to create the institution, or sort of present the institution in such a way that it will be inspiring as an institution also, that there's a green policy, there are renewable energies, there are ideas and concept, but also we believe very much that we as a person, I personally, I have to sort of develop inner peace, inner love, and inner compassion. And then I can radiate that out, and then I can start inspiring
Thank you
other
so
people
much.
and the world. So
That's beautiful.
I
Thank
think
you.
my
Thank you.
time is up, and I heard I should do a 2 minutes quick meditation, or what is it like that, Aneta? Or I'm
If we
already
still
over?
have time, yes, a little bit over.
Anita, we would like to have a quick question from Fitz before we move to the next contributor of us. Because we are broadcasting this channel through various partner channels, and a lot of people must be very curious to know what are the solar tips that we should use in our day-to-day life, because you have coming from a renewable, as a renewable expert you have been working as, and what do you think can be small solar tips, like you said about solar water heating or other things? So could you please quickly tell our viewers before we move on? Thank you.
Well,
Over to you.
it's very easily said, one of the aims of this conference also was the EU came up with a plan to triple the amount of triple renewable energies and double energy efficiency. So one thing is, of course, we have to reduce our consumption on all levels, heating, water consumption, cloth, food, whatever, wherever we see we can do fine tuning, reduce a little bit, reduce the waste. That is something very big. Avoid plastic, little less air conditioning, little less the heating, many things we can do. But on the other side, also, there are gadgets like a solar cooking box, which we use in India and promote it. Another gadget is the solar lantern. In India, 50,000 villages without electrification. Solar lantern, very good, very helpful. We have distributed 30,000 so far. Very helpful gadget. Then as a homeowner, you can sort of use a little solar home light system, solar electrical system. My brother, for example, in Germany, he put 15 kilowatt solar on his roof, insulated the house very nicely, and put 6 hot water collectors, drives an electric car, charges the electric car with the solar power, has its own battery in the nighttime, push the electricity to the grid, adjusts his load management, the washing machine, to the peak solar power production, and he's energy autark. He has a 2,000-liter water tank in the garden, in the underground, collects all the rainwater in that and uses that for the toilet flushing and so on. So he brought down his water consumption. He brought down his electric consumption is zero. Heating consumption is also almost zero. He insulated the house. So there's lots and lots and lots of things what we can do. And there are many options. And in the internet, you just look and it's all there. Of course, you have to look a little bit on the local situation. In India, certain things are going. For example, we're building now a biogas plant in our Shantivan campus. It's combined with waste management. It's a major problem in India. So we're segregating the waste, and the organic waste goes into a biogas plant with a 50 kilowatt generator. From the biogas we run the generator, and we can use the gas also for transportation to drive vehicles, So there are so many options. Wind energy is there,
Wonderful.
biomass is there, ocean energy is there, and there are a lot of gadgets which can be used also on a small scale for private homes or for individual people. Of course, people who live in a flat, they don't have so many options because of the limitations, let's say, of the solar area they have in the flat, But lifestyle-wise, a big step is go vegetarian.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A quick
Go
question
vegetarian.
from Deepak, and then we move to Nilkumar. Yes, Deepak, please. Over to you.
Hi, Joachim. Yeah, just I was fascinated to listen to what you've been saying, and you talk very passionately about these techniques and methods. Do you have any of that stuff documented, or perhaps on a website link or something that you could share? Because as with all of this stuff, if only a few people know or don't know where to look for these things, it's almost like somebody would have to reinvent the wheel. But yeah, what you're saying is beautiful, brilliant.
One webpage you'll find a lot of our initiatives is www.echo.brahmakumars.org. This is echo.brahmakumars.org. This is our environmental webpage, and all these ideas, plastic free, blah, 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 all this, and tree plantation you find there, including link to all the interviews of the Climate Change Studio, where really good content is there. And then we have, of course, a solar webpage. One is www.solar.brahmakumars.com. You can download all brochures and then get all the overview what we're doing. And then there is also one for India One, www.india-1.net.com. Aneta will know.
Yes.
And there you can download all the details about our power station, which we're running in India. We built a 1 megawatt solar thermal power station with storage. Is like a 10 million euro project. It's like 5 football fields in size, and we produce our power and storage ourselves. It's like a flagship project. So we've done lots of innovative stuff, and it's all on the web, and you can all look it up.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you. Please stay around. Aneta, that was a very beautiful start. And now it's time for us to move to the little sweet Priyanka Patil and listen to her about what she has to talk about the kitchen and the food related with sustainability. Global namaste to you, Priyanka, and a very warm welcome. And Om Shanti, please tell us what tips and guidances you have for each one of us related from the plate and the platters. Over to you. So let's move, Aneta.
Yes, please. Yes.
Global namaste to all of you.
Global namaste.
Thanks for having me here. Okay. And thanks for making it like a plate to plate and platters, because I'm working on the power of plate. And yes, we believe here how plate is so magical for all of us, and how we can solve the crisis in front of us with just by shifting the plate. Last time also we little bit discussed, but how Brahma Kumaris, how we youth of the Brahma Kumaris and the spiritual practitioners here practicing this lifestyle, which is more regenerative. And here, when we say more regenerative, means we create how we create a more impact by just our doorsteps. So we are creating habitat and allowing the well-being, not the well-being of human beings, the well-being of all the creatures to whom we are working on the regenerative projects. So we started designing some ecosystem thinking approaches and the solutions for the farmers, for the youth and the women workers, because we know sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So because we know this year COP28 the agriculture sector is agriculture declarations are the mostly endorsed the declaration in all the declarations, and the agriculture must be included in all the paths which we are following for the Paris Agreement and all. This is a very honorable for all of us, all the regenerative gardeners who are working in this system, especially with the food. Because when we work with the food, we feel food is a very subtle, communal, and cultural. And whatever the things we all are going, we can solve with just diet, because I feel the diet, depression, and decaying and regeneration, all things are very connected. And this plate has all the solutions, and means from creating diversity and shifting towards your mood and memories. So I feel food is like that.
Excuse me, Priyanka Ben, maybe you can switch off your camera. I think it would help because the internet is not very stable, the internet connection.
That much subtle. And we are using this tool. Okay.
That's just so wonderful. She's talking about the beautiful aspect. Continue, Priyanka. We would love to listen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, because
Thank
we
you.
are in remote villages, and here the network is very tricky. And
No issues. Please continue.
we used to work with the youth, how to create a more regenerative lifestyle with all this natural mindset. And for me, the COP28 in one word is like to being a home for all, and to being a forest for all. So means to bring all these forest strategies, to be observant, to be more adaptive, to be more resilient, and to having that regenerative mindset rather than separation, to go towards more reconnection, and from erosion to go towards the abundance, and to thrive and have the healthy growth and adaptability, having that resilience, and something purposeful, that is having living with purpose, and which keeps you moving with balance. So these things we are integrating in our food system, and we are elevating all the healthy diets for collective well-being, with educating the women and the girls whom we are working here, and on every single project having the purpose of well-being, we educate uh, rather than educate, we facilitate the new ways of this to sustaining all sort of the climate situations. And rather than saying that the food security, I used to say it like a food freedom, to having the fresh, safe, healthy, sufficient, affordable, nutritious, and us. And it's not a big thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka.
But I want
Anita,
to
that was
say something.
Yes.
Please
say.
It's a 1 minute thing. We all can keep our journal. What we are eating today. From today, we can keep it for 7 days. We can record.
Okay, I think she's having a low bandwidth. But isn't it wonderful, Anita, that
how healthy
everyone
and how more energetic, how sure, and how diverse it is, and how sorry.
Yes, Priyanka. Thank you so much for joining. Stay around and see if you have a better bandwidth, and we would love to hear more from you. But Aneta, this is so nice. She's talking about the wonderful aspects about how our plate can matter the planet, and how we must think about what is important. So we had
Yes.
all the aspects about life in relation to that. What do you have to say, Anita, before we move to
Yeah,
Sister
actually,
Caroline? Yes.
yes, thank you so much, Amrita ji. I actually believe that changing our diet is the single most powerful thing we can do for the earth and for ourselves and for humanity. I always advocate for it to really to try the plant-based diet and see how diversified it is, how fresh it is, how healthy and also tasty it is. And it will reduce so much burden on our planet, and it will also reduce so much suffering for other beings. So yes, I think it's beautiful, but I also know it's not so easy for people to do. So I really would like actually to hear from Priyanka how she makes it easier for others. But let us see if she can rejoin us later. But I agree that this is one single most important and beneficial thing we all can do, because it is only me who decides what I put on my plate and then into my mouth. And I should be able to do it if, again, my intention is pure, if my motivation is really for the world, for others to bring benefit. Thank you.
Yes, Sister Anita, very true. And I, from being Ayurveda background, I can very well correlate it with our ancestral ancestors who had been talking about lifestyle, dincharyas, and seasonal regimes and daily routines, and how sustainability is closely related to that. So Priyanka has been picking up, and all the traditions that are being followed worldwide by the people and our ancestors world over has been pretty much related with sustainability, because they valued nature a lot and they believe this is the biggest legacy we can give to the future.
Yes.
And let's hear more, Sister Anita, from our wonderful Sister Caroline, who is with us. And over to you, Sister Caroline. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome at this episode of COP28.
If I can just introduce briefly Caroline, because I believe she is for the first time in this platform with us. So Caroline is German. She comes from Germany. She is the member of the board of the Brahma Kumaris in Germany, and she coordinates the center activities in Berlin. But she is also a researcher. So she works in the Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam in Germany. And today she will talk about one of her, I think, one of her areas of interest, which is the communication, how to make the communication authentic and co-creative. So she will share with us her observation about communication culture at COPs, and also how to create transformative communication systems. So the things that are discussed really will be beneficial for Mother Earth and for all of us. So Caroline, please share your observations, inspirations, and also ideas how we all can improve our communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita and Amrita and Neil and everyone who has organized this beautiful event. Actually, listening to Priyanka was also a very nice bridge to the topic I like to talk about, because Priyanka was talking about the way also how we treat our food and the food systems, and you can say the culture of how to grow and treat food plants is been changing or needs to change. And when we talk about culture, the question is, what has culture to do with climate change or with the environment? And culture is a big word which captures many things. On the very practical level, our behaviors and how we organize our life, like how we actually create our food systems and how we ship things from one country to another. But there's also a bigger or deeper part of it. For example, our relationship to the environment and how we see like our vision, our understanding of the environment. For example, how we see soil in Priyanka's context. we can very much nowadays talk about land as a commodity, where it's about something which is more a thing rather than an own living being or entity, something which has a right. And in indigenous cultures, this is very normal to give a mountain or land or the sky its own rights and see it as something where we have a lot of respect, or these culture have a lot of respect for. And this is something which I think has gone lost a lot over centuries and over how humans developed and changed. And of course, industrialization has played a big factor in changing our relationship with the environment, in the sense that we see nature more as something which is a commodity. So how to bridge that through communication? The way we communicate, again, how we treat things, but also how we communicate, carries a lot of cultural beliefs, of prejudice we have for the other person we talk to, a certain understanding about who we are ourselves, like the nation we belong to, the culture we have been raised in, and all of these things influence our communication. And at the climate change conference, and last time in Dubai, we had more than 100,000 people there, much more than that. And you have a microcosmos of the world, you can say. You have representatives from all over the globe, every nation, every culture, every subgroup, nearly every ages, also professions, so many different knowledge carriers and experience carriers. And all of them bring that package of a worldview, of an identity, but also of history. So if nations come together to sit on a table to negotiate about aims or their national contribution to the Paris Agreement, for example, they don't meet the other nation or talk to each other just like a blank sheet of paper, but with it, they carry all the history, for example, of colonization, which has been influenced their relationship between their countries. And you can imagine that this doesn't help much in understanding one another or coming to an agreement. So this is just one big factor which leads to a conference of parties, which is quite complex and often difficult, and countries don't get to an easy agreement. And negotiations get into an extended form, like the agreements get postponed and so on, and become very flat. And so trust and mistrust and the quality of the relationship between all these players who are coming together there plays a big part. Because just if we put us out of the picture a bit, step back for a moment and just see neutrally the globe and all of us being, humans at the globe living there, we are presently destroying our own living place. That doesn't make sense at all. So everyone who would be like seeing it like that simple would say, no, not good. We are all together on the same planet, on the same boat, and we are destroying our living space. It doesn't make sense. But the reason why we cannot see it that simple and then work together as one global family, you can say, to change all the systems step by step, which we have developed over hundreds and hundreds of years, which have caused a destruction of our world, we would change them because technology is there. the agreements are there, the political frameworks are there. We have enough finance to make the change, but still we have a lot of knowledge. Actually, so much scientific knowledge is there. We have cultural knowledge. Just the stakeholders at the COP carry such a diversity of knowledge, which would be, I would say, enough to solve the problem and become very creative together. But for that creativity to emerge and that collaboration to emerge, our relationships needs to be good. There needs to be trust. There needs to be an understanding of where each other is coming from. So we have been, together with my colleagues, we have been looking and researching the culture of communication over a couple of years. And we asked many people, and everyone was saying that the culture of communication, the way how we work together at the COP, is not very conducive to the task why we are there for, saving our planet. Rather, the culture and also the formats, how the negotiations happen and how we meet and talk to each other, talk at each other rather than with each other, is adding to the mistrust and to the misunderstanding of each other. So colleagues and I from the Research Institute of Sustainability in Potsdam experimented with different communication formats where we looked at what is it that allows people from very different backgrounds to trust each other and to actually step out of their head of their country, of their party, of their agenda, but just meet each other as human beings, living on the same planet. And we saw that it is not that complicated. It is possible even at the COP, which holds all this heavy, you can say, pressure of getting somewhere. Each one has their own targets, but we have an overall target. Despite of all that pressure and often frustration and fear, it is possible to create a safe space where people meet each other as normal human beings who share certain values together and understand each other. So looking at the culture of communication at the COPs, this time in Dubai, we were in particular connect with these organizations who also are looking a bit deeper on the level of transformation, changing our worldviews and beliefs and the way we listen to each other and also talk to each other. But actually, more important than talking is listening, because so much misunderstanding is there, and to get to know each other and to trust each other, to build relationships with each other, we need to listen to each other. So there were some organizations at the COP who would particularly invite young negotiators because they may carry less of the cultural inheritance, the historical inheritance of their countries, and are more easy or more free maybe to meet each other as negotiators from certain countries, but as then more and more as friends who are there to help each other and help even their countries to come to a conclusion together. So I thought of maybe how could this be meaningful for all of us, all of those of you who have not been maybe at the COP. And I thought to offer some reflective questions where we can practice in any conversation we have to check in which awareness am I talking at the moment to the other person, and how do I perceive actually the other person, with which prejudice I may look at the other person. I may notice this one is from a different culture than I may notice this one is from a different party than I. But can I practice, leave this aside for a moment and just encounter the other as a human being as I am, and then listen to that person? And by doing this, we are step by step changing patterns of being, of communicating, and finally also of working together and living together on this planet. I see, Aneta, you put your video on.
So it's okay, Caroline. So can you offer those reflective questions? I think it's very good and practical thing indeed to do for us to move into this direction of this effective and true communication.
Yeah, so one was, which I just mentioned, reflecting myself, in which awareness am I? Am I seeing myself that I have to kind of protect my country? I'm a German, I'm this, I'm that. Or am I just a being on this earth? And the same, am I seeing the other one similarly as my, you can even say my world sibling. And then another important factor, which we may sometimes underestimate, is the way we communicate with each other, the formats in which we communicate. At the climate change conference, when you come into the negotiation halls, you often see a huge screen in the back, and there's a person talking to thousands of people, hundreds of people. And you don't really know where in this big hall this other person is sitting, but you can see them on the screen. And with that distance, for example, it's much more easy to say something against another country rather than when you sit with someone and have a cup of tea or cup of coffee and talk about personal things. Then you would be more careful about not being transgressive, for example, when it comes to the rights of the other, or when it comes to the effect my decision or not agreeing to a decision has on his family, his grandchildren. So what I'm saying, that to check the human connection in the moment when I'm talking to someone is making a big shift. And when we meet for example, environmental groups and meetings, wherever you are in the country you are, just take a moment to check in and connect also on the feeling level, so that we shift from our head into our heart and connect both. And another level is perception. Sometimes we are so caught up with our prejudices and what we want to get through that we get a bit, that we lose a bit the natural perception of how is the other person feeling at the moment when I say this about his country, or when I put forward this suggestion. So to become more sensitive and care that the people I'm working with, the people I need to get along with if I want or not, have feelings, and we are all human beings, and it matters how the other feels and how I speak to him or her, or if I listen to that person with the right consciousness. So I just wanted to give these few examples of communication which lead to the inner dimension of transformation, how we call it in the field of science, when we talk about changing our consciousness and our behaviors. And maybe you can say, yeah, but what does it matter if I make the effort to check my consciousness, to check my vision, to check how I talk to someone and change that? In system science, we are more and more aware that everything we do creates a pattern, and a pattern that has a ripple effect. So there are measurements, the more, like this is also how a culture is created. A certain amount of people repeat certain behavior patterns and also thought patterns and the way we speak to each other. So when I start to cultivate a different pattern of being and talking to another person, and I can even influence a group, this has a stronger effect than you may think. There will be more and more people around you who notice this and who feel more comfortable talking to you suddenly because you care on these subtle aspects. And then these are like seeds of patterns where all our systems of society are based on. Like, for example, the pattern of care can express in the way I listen, in the way I speak, but also in the way I do gardening, or I create food systems or transport systems, because I not care anymore only for myself or the other person, but suddenly I care about the environment, about the tree, or about everything connected, about the food I'm eating.
Yes.
So it's
Thank
a
you,
pattern.
Caroline.
Patterns
Yes.
have a much bigger
Yes.
influence on changing societies than we may have
Yes.
thought of before. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. So it's really moving from like reactive to transformative spaces, from outer to inner dimension, which then is reflected in the outer world. Thank you. I think we went from this high level to very practical also things. So I believe we all can practice this way of communication. Thank you, Caro. And now I would like to ask Sonia Olson. Sonia is based in Denmark, and she looks after activities of the Brahma Kumaris in Denmark, but she has been instrumental to start the environment initiative of the Brahma Kumaris in 2009. And she has been coordinating these activities with a lot of patience, compassion, and also very effectively for all these years. And today, Sonia will share with us some pearls of wisdom, climate wisdom, which emerged from many dialogues we had during COP28, which dialogues we have organized really for the first time. We met and we invited many people from different areas. So Sonia, I would like to ask you now to share what inspired you, I guess, the most, and how we can also take benefit from those inspirations. Thank you.
So thank you, Aneta, for the introduction, and greetings to everyone. And I'm meeting you all on a historic day here in Copenhagen. Today, the Queen Margaret II has abdicated, and King Frederick X has succeeded the throne. And it just happened 2 hours ago. And in Copenhagen, there is not a single space available for any person to come. So I tried, but then I went back to the computer. And King Frederick, he also went to Dubai, COP28, and he's known for his engagement in the climate change and environment. And he also just 2 hours ago revealed his royal motto, and it will be connected in duty for Denmark. But I think sometimes he will also think connected in duty for the planet. And when he drove from one castle to another, he drove in the hybrid car. The royal stool of cars, they have turning to electric and hybrid cars. So it's a nice day to meet all of you. And I like to share some slides with you from the climate studio. Is this visible to all of you? Yeah. So as Aneta said, we had a very beautiful initiative at the COP called Climate Wisdom Studio. And here you see one session out of 14. So to the left in your picture, you have Golo Pils being the anchor, and he was just sharing with all of you. And then you have free speakers. It's Elena from the Lutheran World Federation, Sister Jenti Brahma Kumaris, and Alan Otaro from Sinesa, a Catholic youth organization. And the 3 words that came out from this conversation, it was urgency, commitment, and responsibility. And this word responsibility come back again and again. And now King Frederick now in Denmark, he also speaks about personal responsibility all the time. But then of course, he's also talking about technological progress and what the business can do to help the climate change. So, this second slide showing, Anita? for all of you? Yeah, good. And here we had a session with Mark Bellabon. He's a philosopher and a writer, environmentalist from the UK. And our topic was to be climate positive. And it's touching the overall theme that Brahma Kumaris has to the climate change conference, and that is consciousness and climate change. And some points that came up was whatever you do to yourself and others, you do to the planet, which is a very logical sense of thinking. And it was also said in the session that you can't cheat nature. And in a sense, you can't cheat yourself also. So when we go against our own consciousness, our own conscience, then we know and we have to adjust. And the climate in you will affect the climate around you. And here, this is again a session in the climate studio. And after each session, we shared a meal together. And this is also from the session I talked about before with Alan and Elena and the others from that panel event. And Alan Otari from Kenya, he spoke about being an ecological citizen. And I must admit that this is a new term for me. And he shared very nicely about it. And you can read here on the text that our role as citizens in our communities extend beyond just living in harmony with nature. It actually involves actively contributing to the well-being of our environment. So youth should be empowered to promote sustainable change and foster resilience within the next generation. So to be an ecological citizen, what would it mean to you? And he also talked about, as an ecological citizen, we need to hold our governments accountable to their promises, to their declarations, to their statements. And actually, if you think about it, when I'm as a person make statements, I'm also held accountable for it. And people, whatever I say, people will come back to me later and say, you said this, or you promised to do that. So accountability is actually a topic that comes up a lot in the climate change conference. And of course, they talk about it on a political agenda, but we can take it back to our personal and individual life and also make sure that whatever I say, I do my best. And when I can't live up to my own statements or my own promises, at least I can be open about it and I can share what's difficult for me. And here now we have the Faith Pavilion. And Golo also spoke about the Faith Pavilion. It was the first pavilion of faith in any COP conferences. And it's a fantastic example of different faiths coming together and maybe forgetting small differences, but uniting on a higher purpose for the planet. And in all religious scriptures, you find statements and beliefs connecting to living in harmony with the planet. And we had a very interesting session there about leadership. And you see the panelists here. And some points that came up, what climate leadership means, was that you see in the points here, adopting the role of conflict resolution when the resources are limited, being a stabilizing factor in your community. And the guy to the far right there, he's from Yemen, Abdullah. And then, of course, there you have a lot of limited resources, a lot of poverty, and poverty will always increase conflicts. So he talked a lot about the religious leaders being the stabilizing factors in any community. And The woman in blue on the picture, she's from Solar Cookers. And she's talked about leadership being focusing on sharing needs and find what we share in common rather than what divides us. And she said very nicely that we all share the need to eat. So we need to cook food. So that's where Solar Cooker comes in. And during this COP, she had shared recipes with others. And she had such beautiful dialogues doing this that she thought it was nice leadership to focus on what we have in common rather than what divides us. Ngolo spoke about having a vision and holding on to that vision and then motivating others as a leadership factor. And then to the far left there, you have Kenneth from Ghana spoke about education and training also in leadership. Yes. And next slide here is the power of good wishes. And you see a session from the Climate Wisdom Studio with Sister Maureen. She will speak here in this program in a while. And there is a Swedish bishop and there is a delegate from Kuwait. And we have an interview. And the bishop and the Kuwait woman, they are divers. And they shared about the sadness they see when the coral reef is disappearing and they see the pollution of the sea. And we talked about climate grief. And we talked about the anxiety that can happen within you when you see the nature around you deteriorating. And in anxiety, you sometimes panic because you don't know what to do, because you don't see you're cornered and you don't know the way forward. And then we talked about there is always something you can do because the power of thought is always with us. So if there is nothing I can do physically, I can generate the power of good wishes and sending good vibrations, sending peace, sending harmony to any area in the world. And Sister Maureen, very beautiful, spoke about giving to nature rather than taking, and giving good wishes, pure feelings and vibrations. And this action of giving will relieve the anxiety and the grief. And then last slide here is about hope. And we had a very beautiful talk with Sister GMT on the Queen Elizabeth II in Dubai and the old Atlantic cross. And she talked about small step of goodness which can multiply the hope. And that is also coming into the same topic as line of thoughts that when we do something, we will have hope and we will combat the anxiety and the grief. And we can all do something. We can smile. We can help somebody. There is small act, small step of goodness. There's hundreds of opportunities every day. So this is which help us and we keep the hope together. And I don't know how we're doing with time, Anita, but I like to do a small reflection with all of you. Would that be possible? Yeah.
Yes, I think we can do small reflection and then we will adjust the time within the time we have. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I like all of you listeners to sit back and relax. Take a deep breath. And just gaze at this picture. It's like a rising light around the planet. And I can also become a rising light I can awaken my own inner light, send it to the planet, to the world. And when I ignite my inner light, the light in others will also be ignited. It will have a ripple effect. Take another deep breath and now slow down. And allow myself to merge the feeling of wonder of being alive, to be able to breathe, and to be able to share these precious moments with all living beings on this earth. And I ignite my inner light and share it with all of you. Om Shanti. So I say thank you very much from Copenhagen, and nice being with all of you.
Thank you, Sonia. Amrita ji, I don't know if you would like to say something, to ask a question. Otherwise, we will move to next speaker, and I believe we still have time afterwards to address any questions. Sonia, you can stay with us, right, for the next some minutes until the end, at least, of this session.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Sonia, and thank you for indeed igniting this light and sharing it with others. I think sometimes, yes, we have many questions, but sometimes it's good just to go inside, and then we can find this inner light, and then all questions will be cleared. So thank you for this short practice. Amritaji, anything you would
Yes.
like to add? Yes.
No, it was a very nice and beautiful practice and meditation. And the aspects that have been shared by all the guests are so important that if we look about climate change, it talks about every single alphabet of climate change has something in it. And that's what totally we had been discussing. And taking all that under one umbrella and holding up the stick of that, it's so important to club up all these aspects and think on a holistic way how these things can be changed. And the most beautiful thing is about spirituality that everyone is talking about. So let's go ahead and welcome from Brahmakumari's Biru. Global Namaste.
Om Shanti, greetings of peace
Om Shanti.
and Namaste. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today, and also hearing everyone's sharing brings so much delight and really fills me with so much wisdom, and really nice listening to everyone's experience. A special thanks to Neil, Anita, and Amrita for hosting this. And now moving on to the topic of youth voices at COP. It's really nice to see how youth have been recognized and how they've been involved. Sister Caroline was also mentioning how we have a lot of young negotiators as well. And the reason being is the fact that we're bringing in the fresh perspective. I feel like as we grow older, and especially with cultures and etc., we tend to complicate our mind, and we also tend to complicate the situations. And something that we realized is sometimes the solution's very straightforward, but due to certain qualities within us, certain perspectives, we're not able to get to the solution. And connecting with all the youth that are, from indigenous background and from all over the world was such a pleasure, and something that I quite found common between all of us was there was just one word, and that word was change. The reason being is it's the youth's future, the young children's future, the youth's future that is being taken away. So when connecting with all these youth, something that I found was there's a lot of hurt and there's a lot of hopelessness that was instilled within them. And I felt like our role as the Brahma Kumaris, as the young representative of the Brahma Kumaris, was to really bring them back to our core values and to show that there is hope. And the fact that, of course, the world, they're pointing fingers at each other, but bringing in that realization that if I want to bring change in this world, then it all starts from within. And it all starts from my own activity. It is very easy, and it has become very easy to point fingers, but just understanding that we are actually a team. We are all together in this. And we had the privilege, since last year, to have our own space at COP, the Children and Youth Pavilion. And this year being, not sorry, when I say this year, I'm referring to 2023, 2023 COP being an opportunity for a lot more youth to get involved with their own sessions, coming in, sharing their own stories. And it's really moving to hear where people are coming from and the climate disasters that they are facing. And it kind of made us realize that we are slightly lack of awareness. We are slightly lack of knowledge about what's actually going on in the world. And connecting with the youth, we've come to this realization that we have so much energy and so much power in our hands. And if we see the world right now, technology has really advanced, but our general wisdom has not. It has degraded. So if we really want to bring change, if we really want to get into these big high level negotiations, we really need to increase our awareness and our understanding of the results our actions are leading on to. And one of the sessions that I was conducting was radio resilience. And I really kind of emphasized on the word resilience, which is using an example of a firefighter. Us just seeing a firefighter won't run into the fire right away. He would have the right amount of equipment and he has to be safe first. And once he's safe, he'll be able to take the fire down with the water hose or whatever. In the same way, we all know what is going on in the world, but if you really want to bring change, I need to make sure that within me, I'm not holding on to any hurt or any sort of sorrow. Of course, whatever's going on is going on, but I really need to focus on the solution. What can I do now? What is my next step? How can I raise awareness? And something I've realized between us youth is we really need to increase our connection with nature. Of course, if a lot of us are growing up in the city side where we don't have that connection with nature and that relationship with nature, then how can we develop that compassion for nature? It will be really hard, especially listening to our parents and our grandparents and etc. They're always saying how they grew up with nature. They grow up sitting on trees and just going, they would say how they go to the beach all the time and whatever. So hearing all this made me just realize that as youth now we've become quite disconnected with nature and we became more connected with our devices. And therefore I just felt like it's just the lack of awareness. And I feel like when you really develop that connection with nature, that relationship with nature, then I won't have the heart to exploit it. And I won't have the heart to destroy it. but I would want to stand up for it, and I would want to inspire everyone around me to empower each other and to bring about change. So something that I've really valued is the fact that we are bringing in more youth into these negotiations, in these policy makings, and etc. And it's really nice that our words, our voices are being heard. And also, it's a way for all of us to get connected as well globally. And it just brings in the sense of one family. And going back to COP28, one other session that I was part of was the Yango Art and Culture Wing. And I was sharing a story, a really ancient story, with the youth and the children. And that was of this grandma in a remote village of Gujarat. And we have a few members of our team that are there, and one of them being Priyanka as well, who was there. She was actually one of the team members who connected with that grandma, and I think she's above 80. And her story, we've sort of put her story together, and we were sharing it to the youth because it was quite inspiring. What she would do, she would listen to this beautiful folk song. And this folk song, the essence of the folk song is when you see plant a seed, do it with good intentions. Love nature as much as you can. When you have bad intention, even the crops won't grow well. So they would start farming with that sort of what you call it, listening to those sort of music and that those sort of attitude and intention. And this grandma in particular, she had 5 children, and all her 5 children left the country, obviously looking for a better opportunity. And then what happened was they never returned back, and they lost connection with the mother completely. And it was quite inspiring. Why she's quite inspiring is the fact that she would grow her crops, she was very independent, and she would go around giving out these vegetables and fruits that she grew very altruistically, and it came from the heart. She never expected anything, she never expected anything back. And what was quite moving about this is I shared this, and after a few days, we found out that she had sadly passed away. And just knowing, hearing about this, just realized how the effort that we put in does not go to waste. And I just felt that her story has inspired so many children and youth, and it's a realization, or it's an it's a what you call it, a reminder that we have to be connected to our culture, our ancestors, the ways of how they did things, and also we have to be connected to our grandparents and our family members, and last but not least, our mother nature as well. Mother nature is giving so much to us, but the question is, what am I giving back? So that's, I would like to finish off with that thought. And I would like to take you through a little reflection activity. And I would want all of you to, Anita, is that okay? Do we have enough time? Yeah? Great. So I want you to just relax, and I want you to, raise your right hand and just keep it by your heart. So raise your right hand. It's nice to see all of you, so it's good. And just keep it by your heart. With both your hands there. And as you're breathing in and breathing out, just really connect with your heartbeat. Feel the heartbeat. And through this, I'm becoming connected with myself. I'm becoming connected with the atmosphere around me. Through my feet, I become connected with Mother Nature. And let me feel the energy flowing through my feet, all the way up through my entire body, circulating rays of light to every part of my body, energizing me. And feel this energy surrounding me. And now, just a little message from Mother Nature in a way of a poem. I'm the mother of you all, the air in every breath you take, the magic in the seed that grows. I am in everything you make. I am part of you. You are part of me. I am the sun, moon, stars, and sea. I'm the wind blowing through your hair, the clouds racing through the air. I'm on the water, quenching thirst, the food keeping you alive. I am a million different species. All this beauty for your eyes. I'll forever be your home. Fight not for owns part of me. I am a home for every soul, here now, eternally. With that being said, Om Shanti and Namaste.
Om Shanti. Thank you very much, Birubai, for re-establishing this heart to earth connection. Very beautiful and very powerful. Thank you for all your sharing. And having established this beautiful connection, I would like to invite Sister Maureen. Sister Maureen, she is program director for the Brahma Kumaris in the UK, but she is also one of our senior sisters in Europe. And recently, meaning already for last few years, she has become also part of the environment team because of her very deep interest in connection between spirituality and climate change and biodiversity loss and land degradation and human rights. So many influences of really the spiritual state on the world. So today, Sister Maureen will share her observations, insights, and yes, what can be done to establish climate justice? Such a small thing, the biggest thing ever. So Sister Maureen, please. And Sister Maureen will finish with a longer meditation, right? At the end of your part, please take us into the inner experience. Thank you.
Thank you, and hello to everyone, and global namaste and Om Shanti. And it really is an honor to be with you all, to see you all. And yes, the concept of climate justice was running through the negotiations, was running through all the activism. Climate justice is fundamental. And in fact, the whole concept of justice is a spiritual concept. And Annetta mentioned at the beginning that we're close to celebrating the day when Brahma Baba, the founder of the Brahma Kumaris, passed on or achieved his angelic state, as we say. And he really understood what justice was about because he really taught us and exemplified a way of living where he treated the whole world and nature as his family. And what it means, climate justice, basically, in terms of COP and the negotiations that are happening, it's about actually finding solutions to climate change, to the environmental crisis, that actually leave the world a fairer and more equitable place. And there are actually three aspects or three principles of climate justice. One is distributive justice, which means that the burdens of the climate are equally distributed amongst the nations, but also the benefits. So the solutions, the benefits to climate solutions also benefit every nation equally. And then there's procedural justice. And this is justice where decisions are made in a fair way, and also that there is transparency in the decision making and in the procedures. And the third aspect is a recognition and respect for the various cultures, ways of living, ways of being on this planet. So these three aspects, very important in climate justice. And Golo mentioned the Loss and Damage Fund, which was made operational at COP28. And yes, great, but of course fell short very much. It's still falling very much short of the amount of finance that's needed to help those who are least responsible to be able to be compensated. But there needs to be some safeguards, I feel, with the Loss and Damage Fund. And I think we all are aware sometimes how international finance works or doesn't work for those who need it most. And it's very important that the way in which this fund is administered does not increase the burden of debt of the poorer nations, and also does not make those nations more dependent upon the richer nations. I think we have to be very aware and watch out for this. If we are to have climate justice, we need a levelling out. And that means that all basic needs need to be met for everybody on the planet. Of course, food, shelter, all those basic needs, healthcare, but also needs such as education, emotional needs, spiritual needs, the giving of hope. And there are so many non-economic factors that need to be brought into the equation when we think about climate justice. And in fact, there was a dialogue as part of which was organized by the Interfaith Liaison Committee, which is chaired, as I think you heard last time, by one of our Brahma Kumari sisters and someone from the World Council of Churches. And in that dialogue, somebody said, how do you compensate people for the loss of hope? Now, how can you put a price, an economic price on it? And as Golo mentioned, economics is not enough. Finance is not enough as a basis. Our governments really need to make some hard choices, which they're not making. But I just want to mention the government of Colombia, because the government of Colombia, the president of Colombia, was very supportive of the non-proliferation treaty for fossil fuels. Now, as was mentioned again, fossil fuels have finally got a mention, but of course, normally there's a few hundred delegates from the fossil fuel industry. This time in Dubai, there were over 2,000. And of course, whereas some countries and of course the NGOs want to keep fossil fuels in the ground, those delegates want to keep fossil fuels out of the ground. And so you can see that huge compromises had to happen. But the president of Colombia, he said that I'm supporting the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Fossil Fuels. And Colombia is an oil-producing country dependent on oil and gas. And he said, something like, my people may say to me, why am I committing economic suicide of the country by saying this? But he said, if I don't do this, I'm contributing to omnicide. That is the destruction of the human race. And so if I have to make a choice, I have to choose life. We must choose life. And I was very moved by that. And I felt that, yes, this is justice. This is climate justice. Spirituality, awareness means choosing life. If we are to have climate justice, then our decision making and our actions need to be based on the awareness that all life is sacred. And, you know, where there's a situation where one group of people dominate over another group of people, there can't be justice. Where one section of humanity is valued more than another section of humanity, then there can't be justice. And where there's gender inequality, there can't be justice. So we really do have a lot of work to do for leveling out and bringing true. It's not just climate justice, it's actually justice in this world. It's very important here that we begin to take a spiritual perspective, because if we get to the root of things, as has been pointed out, we're not just in an economic crisis or an environmental crisis. Humanity is in a very deep spiritual crisis at this point and has lost sight. Most people, or let me say, I can't say most people, that's not the right thing, but many people, I'm sorry to say, in leadership positions and those who have power seem to have lost their inner compass and lost sight of our core values. From a spiritual perspective, it's very important to go beyond the labels that we're so used to identifying ourselves with, you know, of our power, of our position, of our culture, of our background, of our gender, etc., because labels are divisive. We need to go back to our original identity, our spiritual identity, the identity of the inner being. And I do believe in the inherent goodness in all of us. And you may say, oh, well, where's it visible when we look at the wars happening in the world? It's become deeply buried. But we need to be reminded now that our original state of being is one of peace, one of love, one of truth. And when we begin to act out of this awareness, then our whole perception begins to change. Our attitude begins to change. Our decision-making begins to change, because now our conscience is activated. And I think you know, all of us know, that once your conscience is activated, you can't go back. You have to listen. And when we don't listen, when we are not in this awareness, then of course there's an emptiness inside. And, you know, what becomes our props, if you like, for living? It becomes, we're insecure. So basically, ego and greed become our way of life, or the basis of our decision-making. When you look at what's happening in the world, whether it's the environmental crisis, whether it's war, it's about greed, basically. And it's about, we have now lost that self-awareness, and therefore we've lost that love for ourselves. And if we don't love ourselves, how can we love humanity, the people around us? How can we love nature? I was at a talk just Friday night, and someone came up afterwards and said, how can I appreciate people more? And I said, well, do you appreciate yourself? Oh, yes. Unless you appreciate yourself, you can't appreciate others. We have to come back to these spiritual roots and take our vision beyond the labels that we carry. And of course, part of that deep spiritual awareness is also our connection with the source of peace, the source of love, the divine. Because really, if we're to make the changes in our world, help to transform our world in the way that's needed, we need a lot of strength, we need a lot of inner power, because There are many forces going in the other direction. We often speak about the descending energy and the ascending energies. And the ascending energies of goodness will ultimately overpower the energies of negativity. But we need to be very strong, and we need to take that strength from the divine. I really feel that love is the greatest healing power in our world. And if I can become an instrument to draw that divine love into myself, become strong, and share that love, then I think we really do have hope as we work together to do this. And then, yes, justice will become something natural. You won't need to fight for it. It will become a way of being and a way of life. So thank you for that. So I should share a meditation now. Would that be the thing?
Yes, please, if you can do for next maybe 5 minutes, that would be wonderful. Thank
Right.
you so much.
So let me sit comfortably and first begin with my own inner journey to find myself, to use the power of my thoughts to go into my inner world and to ask the question, who am I? I may know myself in an external sense or as a reflection of how others see me. But as I go deep inside, I begin to see myself as I truly am. Spiritual being, a being of light, a being of peace. My original state is of peace. My original state is of love. My original state is of truth. And in this awareness, with a single thought, I connect. I connect with the source of peace, the source of love. And as I connect, I feel the energy of divine love bringing me comfort and security, bringing me healing. And as I feel myself, the love overflows out into the atmosphere around me, out into our beautiful planet. Healing nature, creating a flourishing world. touching human hearts so that they too begin to love and value themselves and the world around them. The healing power of divine love can truly transform our earth. Thank you. Om Shanti. And I think I have.
Thank you.
I think I have one more little task to do.
Maybe in a moment.
In a moment.
Thank you so much, Maureen.
Thank
It
you.
was simply beautiful and transformative. Thank you so much. Amritaji, I think now I would like to give the voice back to you. Thank you for having us. Yes, and I hope whatever was shared was interesting, relevant, and useful for everyone who is and who will be watching this beautiful program. Again, thank you very much for having us here. Om Shanti, Global Namaste.
Thank you, Anita, Brahma Kumaris. Thank you, Sister Maureen. But before you leave, I would like to ask you one question.
Yeah.
It was a blissful meditation, first of all, and I could really feel how important is me being a part of nature and the nature within me. And that bliss that comes from the light of the heaven is so important to be bestowed on each one of us. Could you tell all those people who are listening to you and have understood all these things, how important is to develop love and compassion in an individual to deal with sustainability and to live sustainable life? Thank you.
Yes, sure. These are very essential qualities. I think, was it Annetta mentioned, if you love something, you'll take care of it. And there's a very big difference. I may do a good deed. For example, yes, I may be into sustainable farming, for example. I may be doing it because somebody's told me I have to do it. So I'll do it for a while. If I'm doing that out of my own inner love and compassion for nature, it will become sustainable. It'll be something that I will develop, and because it's filled with love and compassion, those vibrations, those feelings will touch others who witness me doing that. And they too will say, yes, this is what I'd like to do. Because I do feel love and compassion is infectious. And it's infectious because we pick up one another's vibrations. And definitely the earth picks up our vibrations. And so that genuine love and compassion within is actually very, very healing. And of course, it helps our relationships. And when you have good relationships, you then can cooperate together. Cooperation actually becomes natural because without that love and compassion, what do you have? Competition. And that leads to jealousy and, all the other things. So it's absolutely key. And if we can bring love and compassion, not just into our lives, but into our institutions, into our governance, we will see a very, very different world. Thank you.
Wonderful. That's so nice. It's as compassion and love is contagious and it should be spread. So if we are building it inside ourselves, it will automatically spread. We need not to do anything. We need not to work on especially training ourselves, it will automatically spread. I think it's just like the aromas, the aroma of beautiful nature, where the fragrance of the beautiful flowers cannot be stopped by any power, and it just goes wild in the forests, and we can feel that energy and bliss of that beautiful breeze blowing, maybe in our garden or at our homes in the balcony when we step out or walk through the roads. And it just reminds me of the same kind of a feeling where that energy just touches us. But the thing is, we must feel it. We must be aware about it, and that's what it is. This is so beautiful.
I just say
Thank you, sister.
just say one more thing
Yes,
about
please.
it. It is actually our original state. So once we start to feel it, it's like coming home. It feels good. And there's a good analogy in nature now, with many areas, in a way, they can't afford, some councils can't afford to mow the grass and whatever, cultivate the gardens. So they've let them come for rewilding, I'm sure you all know that term. And where there's rewilding of an area, the amount of wildlife, the butterflies, everything the insects, everything just grows. And so in a way, love and compassion just makes everything grow.
Yeah, being wild. That's very nice. In the wilderness of love and compassion. That will be so awesome. Yeah, in the wilderness of love and compassion can be an answer to sustainability and a key for nature for all of us. So this is one of the most beautiful things. And before we close up and move on to the next section, let's have a quick comment from Priyanka. Let's start from you because we couldn't have you because of the internet, and I think your plate and platter things are so important. And then we move to Sister Sonja, and then to Sister Maureen and Dr. Lakshmi. Yes, your quick comments, Priyanka, about plate and platter and aromas of food and sustainability before we wind up. Thank you. Over to you. So unmute yourself and let's discuss about how beautiful it is to have love and compassion from the plate to our hearts. Yes.
Yes, actually, I feel everything is like love is the biggest power, and how we are seeing how we grow the food and how it transforming the lives of the all life forms here. Am I audible, or I have to like stop my video?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So here I just want to add the more turn of awareness in the in our plate, and how we drink the tea or how we drink the water and how we eat the food and how we grow it and how we cook it. That awareness and that rays of love and compassion are very essential. To add it, it's like just adding the magic in the plate. And for that you need to add the magic on your plots, like on the land, and then everything will be a magical, that I feel. And that those all the magics we are observing at landscape in our own heart and the hearts of the people and the all living beings, and we feel that connectedness, that the interconnectedness with all. And that's the thing. Thank you.
Wow, that's nice. Adding magic to your plate may add magic to your life. And that's a beautiful thought, isn't it, Sister Sonja? Please tell us and invoke us with more beautiful comments that she has made, Priyanka has made. Over to you.
So
Thank
you
you
very much. I enjoyed your input very much, Maureen, and also the discussion about love. And here in the Brahma Kumaris we study spiritual text in the morning, and this morning it said what can love not achieve? Meaning it can achieve anything. So basis on love, we can also create a new world. And I enjoyed also, Maureen, that the basis for justice is love. That when you respect everyone, you want them to have the same opportunities as you have, basically. You want to share equally with everybody. And to also bring up this old ancient principle that life is sacred. And that brings this sacredness to everything we do. So our life is sacred, your life is sacred, all living beings are sacred, and that then becomes a very sacred life we're living in. So thanks for an inspiring session.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Lakshmi. Dr. Lakshmi is a regular contributor at Healing Our Earth, and she is an environmentalist as well as representing Hindu Forum for European Union. Dr. Lakshmi, your comments, what a beautiful points everybody has put in, and such a wonderful view and insight about building love and compassion for sustainability. What are your thoughts about that? Over to you. Thank you.
Namaste to all of you. And I'm very glad to see Sister Maureen and other sisters from Brahma Kumari. My pranams to all of you. And yes, talking about climate change, 8 years ago, the world came together to adopt the Paris Agreement to address the climate crisis. But that's not the end. Reduction of carbon emissions and greenhouse gas is very, very important. Unless this is done, we cannot achieve anything. And together with this, a lot of things like animal husbandry, the education is very, very important. This also need to be passed on to every person around the world. How can we protect the environment? It's very, very important. So that is one of the things which I just wanted to mention to all of you. I can talk a lot on it, but we've already heard so much from all of you. And secondly, I'm also very glad to hear that King Frederick has become the king finally in Denmark. I'm sure Sonia Didi must be very happy. And congratulations to Denmark for this wonderful, the king after such a long time. I would also say that not only it's a environmental meeting or something which is environmental, but I liked the way all of you were contributing so very well on several issues, and the meditation that was given at the end was really wonderful. It was so soothing, and I hope we can have more of such meditations during this meeting. And anything else, Amrita, you want me to say?
That's just nice. Thank you very much. And we have our Neil Kumar over here. Aneta and Sister Maureen, would you like to say something before we have his comments? Over to you.
Okay. Neil, are you there? Where are you?
Global Namaste, Sister Maureen. Wonderful to have you here,
Neil.
spreading your knowledge and spirituality. I am going to ask, I've actually summarized some of the questions asked on the social media, that a lot of people give tips to people to put LED bulbs, save water, wash your clothes with cold water, hang them out instead of using the dryer. But from your point of view, to the ordinary people at home, and from a spiritual point of view, what are the 3 best tips will you give that they can actually start engaging in their daily life that may improve the climate change simply because spiritually they are enhanced? So 3 tips, please.
Okay, I think a very fundamental principle of moving us away from the current paradigm we're in is to adopt a culture or lifestyle of non-violence. And so if I think about this, what it means for myself is that, of course, I'm vegetarian, but I'm also vegan. And well, no, I can't say I'm vegan. I'm dairy-free completely. I have honey on occasion, so I can't say completely vegan. But certainly I don't do dairy. To have this kind of lifestyle in our diet is not just that we're saving the planet, but we're actually lessening the violence in the atmosphere, because both the dairy industry and the meat industry are very, very violent. And so just like we've been talking about vibrations and the vibrations of compassion, the vibrations of violence are affecting everybody. And this is one source of those vibrations. So that would be one thing. And I think the other thing would also be to buy products as much as possible that do not involve any cruelty to animals. And usually now, even in supermarkets, many brands carry a logo, a little rabbit, right? Which shows that it's not been made with any harm to animals. So compassionate buying, very important. But then I would say, as well as that, to meditate every day in your own way, or pray in your own way, whatever it is, but to really have a spiritual practice daily, and to do that first thing in the morning, because you will then be, or we will then be together, sending out good, pure, elevated vibrations to humanity, to the planet, to the creatures, to matter. And we shouldn't underestimate the power of that. And so to do that daily is very, very important. But also, if you do it first thing in the morning, it sets you off on your right track for the whole day. And so your whole day becomes more productive and more pleasant, but the whole planet benefits. Thank you.
Sister Maureen, Cassandra from Greece is asking a very specific question.
Okay.
It may be out of our remit, but do you believe that we will ever run out of drinking water?
I'm not a scientist, so on one hand, I can't answer it in a scientific way, but I can see that there are going to be, over the next little while, a lot of difficulties with water. And there already have been times, like a few years ago in Cape Town, they literally ran out of water. So I think we have to be very aware and prepare ourselves for difficulties in this way. But when I look at the bigger picture, because I do believe that, there's hope, because we all have a choice. It's in our hands now. And so we can change our world. And if we shift to this new paradigm, a spiritual paradigm, a paradigm of nonviolence, nature can regenerate itself very quickly. And then we will have enough for everyone.
So, sister, she did refer to South Africa, and you mentioned the same thing. So maybe there is a reason for us to concern that we must save water.
Absolutely.
Don't unnecessarily waste water, because think of the people who haven't even got dirty water to drink, never mind water to drink. Yeah. They're ready to boil and everything. So that's a good one. Sister, you said very clearly, we are not scientists here. We are not sitting on a data or anything. But you, as an enhanced spiritual soul, are you concerned about the climate, the way it's changing?
Again, I'll give a similar answer. I'm concerned in the short term, but I have faith that there's going to be a lot of change for the long term. And so this is why our spiritual practice is so important, because I do feel we'll have to face many things. And I know that, when there's difficulties, I always say to myself, am I going to be somebody who is looking for help, or am I going to be spiritually strong enough to offer help? I think we are going to see more climate disasters in the short term because this is the way things are going. But once that fundamental shift begins to happen, then things will come back into balance. So there's like a short term and a long term that I see.
Thank you, sister. Well, it's wonderful to have you here, somebody as senior as you, as a spiritually enhanced person, bringing peace in people's life. We'll ask Sharon, who is there in USA. She's our coordinator in United States of America in Colorado. Sharon, global namaste to you. Do you want to ask anything to Sister Maureen here?
I'd love to. It's so divisive and crazy here in the United States. It's like I'm waiting for, as Brahma Kumaris say, the diamond age to to come. It's been so sad, and I have been, because I'm very sensitive, I live up on a mountain, but the suffering now that's going on in the world and in this country is so deep that I'm sobbing often. And yes, I know, I see this beautiful world that is just around the corner.
Yeah.
What can each person do? What can we do? I mean, we have Healing Our Earth, it's wonderful, to keep that light shining within us all.
I always say to myself that I have to keep faith that the divine has a bigger plan than I can see. And I have to keep faith in that and keep taking that strength from God. It's not easy, but if we become distraught about what's happening, we're adding to the negative vibration. I have family in Israel. I have friends who are connected with Palestine. I'm like, when I hear about it, it's very difficult. And then I talk to God and I say, I have to go beyond now so that I can just give the purest vibration to that region and to the world. And then I have to remind myself, well, I'm not belonging to a region. I belong to the world. I belong to humanity. I'm just sharing honestly what's happening for me. And so we need to keep lifting our consciousness above, because then the more elevated our consciousness is, the more God can use us in that divine task. So I always remember that, I have to be God's helper in this. So, the divine, he keeps the bar, he, she, of course, no gender, but the divine keeps the bar high, not low. We really have to reach that point where we can be really serving the whole of humanity. So,
Sister Maureen, while you're here on the screen with us, would you please kindly join us?
Yes.
To wish our Sharon Rose a happy birthday.
Oh,
she just looked 50 plus VAT, but today is her 75th birthday.
Oh my goodness, you look wonderful. Wonderful. Happy birthday. But something else. There's somebody else who has a birthday in a couple of days.
Yes.
I wonder who that is.
Yes, go on, tell us.
It is my brother, Neil Kumar.
Yes.
Happy birthday to both of you. Come on, all sing.
Happy
Birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
birthday, dear Neil Kumar.
Happy birthday
to you.
So then this was a surprise. We were supposed to surprise Sharon, and all of you ganged up to surprise to me and Sister Maureen. Guess whose birthday we celebrate at Brahma Kumari in January?
Yes, yes, of course. Well, it's not a birthday, but it's the day of angelic ascension of Brahma Baba. That's what
Yes.
it's referring to.
And I very clearly remember because when we first did one of the mega event at Alexandra Palace,
Yes.
and it was just nearly on my birthday, and
Right.
that monkey came to me and said,
Mm.
maybe you are a special soul because we have got an affinity for this. That's when I learned, and I'm going back so many years back, more than 20 years back. And it's so wonderful that I think there are a lot of people who are Capricorn who are celebrating. So thank you. I was obviously surprised. I thought I was coming to surprise.
Neil, I'm going to argue with you. You said maybe I'm a special soul. I don't agree. You are a special soul.
Yes.
And Sharon, you are a special soul. And all of us
Yeah.
on today, because we really have that possibility to be those instruments to help.
Isn't it wonderful? I think together we can all slowly heal the earth, slowly, and maybe even bring the climate change people together that can bring beautiful parts of our life. Over to you, Aneta, Amrita, can wind up and pass it on to Sharon. Sister Maureen, once again, lovely to see you at the Healing Our Earth. Om
Lovely to
Shanti.
be with you all. Thank you so much.
So if
Thank
I
you,
may,
Sister Maureen.
I would, yes, okay. If I may, I would like to wish a very special happy birthday to our brother Nil Kumarji. And really on this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation for what you do, but mostly for who you are. We've been working for a relatively short time, but I really experienced your welcoming, your kind nature, and your generous heart, bringing so many beautiful souls into this platform to heal ourselves and to heal the world, the earth. So thank you so much for that. And really, I wish you a magical year ahead. May all your dreams come true. Whatever you plan to do this year, may it happen, and get so much satisfaction and so many blessings because of your speciality. You are really a wonderful soul, and thank you for having me in your family. Thank you so much, and all the best. And thank you for today also. It was very beautiful gathering. Thank you.
Aneta, that was so beautifully, eloquently put. I already feel good, and together we can, like I said, slowly bring spirituality and goodness. Maureen is wanting to say
One
something.
thing, yes, I see one of our sisters here from Ukraine. And so I want to just express our good wishes and love for all of you, because I did make a visit to Ukraine a couple of months into the war, and I saw the huge courage and, and spirit of the people. And I know that that's there with all of you, and God is with you, and God is helping you. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I don't know if we can see you to say hello.
Yes, she's here. She's waving to you. Maybe I asked her to unmute. She can even say something. Unmute yourself.
Oh, there she is. Hello. Hi.
You can unmute yourself.
She's muted. You're muted, Victoria.
She has written in the chat box. Thank you, Sister Maureen.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Victoria, maybe there she is.
Shanti, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. I'm not alone here. Here is Sister Svetlana Adabash also. She's also from Ukraine. And if you know our sister Olga from Ukraine, she also has birthday today.
Oh, wow. Goodness. Yes, I've met Sister Olga. So please wish her a big happy birthday on behalf of all of us. This must be a very special week. That's all I can say.
It is.
Thank you very much for good wishes and for all this program. It was wonderful to listen and to be here.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much, Sister Maureen. Thank you for bringing them. We wish everybody in Ukraine a peaceful January, we hope, and slowly things will become normal. And Sister Maureen, once again, how wonderful to have you here. And Anita, thank you for organizing. Anita, you're becoming a very good co-host and you're becoming a very good organizer. So very proud of you, and Amrita loves the same about you. So as you know, with Brahma Kumari, there is at least minimum 3 events every 2 months that we do at Healing Our Earth. So super contribution from the Brahma Kumaris. Over to you, Amrita, Sharon, and let's move on to the next part. Thank you.
Thank you. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Om Shanti. Thank you, Sister Maureen. Thank you, Anita, very much for such a wonderful episode and bringing everybody together. It had been very wonderful that you came and the insight that all the people have shared from Brahma Kumaris is so important and so nice. And what a blissful start. And I will always remember the contagious love and compassion, which I will keep spreading every time to everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, Sister Maureen, other sisters, and especially Sister Anita. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, it's our honor. Global Namaste. Om Shanti.
Global Namaste. Thank you. Sharon, beautiful you and a beautiful energy you hold. And I really wish you a very special and a very blissful day. Many, many happy returns of the day from the very beginning. And I think it's not just one day that should be celebrated as birthday. Each day is a birthday because every day we live. We start something new. We build something new. And we are giving birth to so many good karmas. And those karmas makes us so special. And so special are you, Sharon. Sharon Rose, the blissful rose that is within you and that outshines everything in life. The colors, the magnificent bliss the rose yields, and the flower's fragrance itself is so unique. And same are you. I wish you keep spreading all this energy of health, happiness, and cheers that you add to so many people's life. And a very magical gift from all of us for wonderful wishes on your 75th birthday. Many, many happy returns in advance, Sharon.
Thank you so much.
Before we move on, Dr. Lakshmi, let's have a birthday wish and a good message for Sharon from your side as well.
Yes, Sharon, 75th birthday. I'm not far from you. Maybe in a year or so, I'll join you. And very, very happy birthday. And I wish you all the very best. And a wonderful energy to you, and very good health to you, and always be there on Sunday to meet all of us. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Lakshmi ji. Yeah, it's very cold here. We're not as bad.
Yeah.
In Omaha, it is -15 Fahrenheit today.
Wow.
Yes, here it's not, well,
Hey.
it's snowing right now. It makes it very beautiful in the mountains.
Mm. And how warm are you feeling now in the sense of not climate, but in the form of feelings, in the form of heart? You know, heart gets warm. The
Oh,
feelings
well, I'm with
are
you
warm
all.
as well.
I'm with you all, and I'm so grateful to be with you as always. And it's bringing tears to my eyes because, you know, I love you all. It's been just so uplifting to be part of Healing Our Earth. You know, sometimes I feel lonely. I'm not your normal average person. I have deep spiritual longings and deep knowledge and experience in all of these cultures, and particularly of India. And so it's such a joy. And I'm so grateful for you all. And you, Neil Kumar, you're the best. Neil, and happy birthday to you as well. You've been such a wonderful mentor and friend, all of you. So I just want to express my gratitude. And I have a video to show you all today from my dear friend John Milton, an interview I did with him. John has a very deep background in environmentalism. In fact, he worked for the Nixon administration and coined the term environmentalism. He also has worked in cultures all around the world and still is. He's 85, and he just he wasn't well, but now it looks like he's about to get better and take off for Mexico to do more teaching. And so I have this very nice interview I did with him about his work, and I'd like to share that with you. So,
yes.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wrong thing. Share. It's a pleasure to have you with us today.
My pleasure too.
John has an extensive biography. He's one of the founders of the environmental movement and also the founder of the Way of Nature. He's a shaman. Has woven together in the Way of Nature and all his work the core principles of many different traditions from around the world. Let's see, he's been a Qigong and Tai Chi practitioner and teacher for how many years?
Well, since the 50s.
Whoa, since the 50s. One of the unique things about John's work, and there's many unique things, is that he has brought the concept of the vision quest, the traditional vision quest, into modern day, making it accessible and just an extraordinary experience for the people in their daily lives and in our world today. So let's start with talking about that.
Sure, be glad to. What would you like to know?
How did you weave together all these traditions to come up with this concept of the vision quest?
Well, the vision quest came about pretty naturally. I began going out alone in nature at a very young age. I remember talking with my parents and my grandparents about letting me go out when I was 5 years old to do my first little one-time solo in the wilderness. And at 5, they said, "Sorry, son, you're too young." So I tried again at 6, and they said, "Well, maybe next year." And so finally the 7th year came along, and I said, "Well, is it okay now?" And they said, "Okay, son, you can do it." So they put me out on my vision quest at 7, and it was a relatively short one, I think only 4 nights and 5 days. And I went very, very deep into the essence of myself, my own nature, and into the connection with the beautiful environment in the White Mountains of New Hampshire where I did that. And that was really the birthing of understanding the power of solitude when going into nature, and that human culture falls away and then nature comes into a direct connectivity with you that's very deep, very powerful, and teaches you. So nature was really my first and greatest teacher.
One of the fundamental aspects of your work is the weaving together of the inner, the outer, and the true nature.
So would you explain for our audiences what you mean by inner, outer, and true nature?
Sure. One of the key elements of the way of nature is to explore this amazing balance and display of life that surrounds us in the world of the plants, the animals, the rocks, the stones, the beautiful, and the trees, all the beautiful things about our nature that surround us and make our lives so rich. The inner nature aspect is the world of perceptions, the capacity to experience through our senses and through our capacity to think and to feel the energy and to have emotions about this amazing, rich display of outer nature. And the true nature is the aspect of pure awareness, pure consciousness, pure source awareness that underlies outer nature and inner nature both. And we access that by following both outer nature and inner nature back into the place where they reside at the deepest level within us.
It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. You often speak about the 9 experiential fields and the working of the senses. Will you elaborate on that?
Sure. One of the beautiful things that happens when you're alone in nature is in that solitude, human culture falls away, and suddenly you find yourself surrounded by a new community. It's a community of all life and the environment. And in that community of all of nature that's really your partner in this existence, in this body, you begin to have your connections through the senses in a way that's totally novel and different than what you had experienced before. So if you could imagine having human culture fall away naturally and finding yourself in the company of the plants, the animals, the birds as your partners, good timing. All of these become your community. And in that community, you begin to go deeper and deeper and deeper and begin to realize that all of life is really your family. And you begin to refine that experience of the family through how you see things, how you hear things, how you taste, how you touch, and how you sense energy. And ultimately, you develop all these fields of experience and refine them in the solitude that arises naturally in the outer contact with the outer natural world. And through that refinement process, you go deeper and deeper and deeper into a state of deep connectivity and communion with the rest of life.
These days, so many people are just cut off from nature, from outer nature, and use nature more like a resource. What do you have to say to them?
Well, one of the predicaments that has gotten us into the fix that we're in now with the rest of life and nature is that we've developed cultures, human cultures, that are predominantly based on looking at nature as a basket of resources, something we take from. So we've become, our human cultures have been cultures of learning how to take from nature and not treating nature as a partner, as a companion in the journey of this amazing life we have. So one of the lessons that we have to somehow accomplish in this lifetime is to see nature as family, as partner, as lover, and that we are part of that web of life that supports all of existence. In many ways, you could say we grew up out of the body of nature, just like a flower grows up out of the earth. And if you think of yourself as growing up out of the earth like a flower, in the family of all life that surrounds you, as an expression of life itself, it's a very different perspective than seeing ourselves as something that descended from the heavens, got planted on earth, and then went out to take stuff. So the way of nature process gives you a way of reconnection to the beauty of outer nature, the incredible diversity and intensity of these natural systems that we're part of. And at the same time, it begins to open up and refine our emotions, our thoughts, our senses, our experiences of how we relate to the rest of life. Refine, 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 until ultimately we reach a point of very deep connectivity that reverses that pattern of just taking from the rest of life. And instead, we come into life wanting to be a full partner with life and give something back and open our hearts to our new family. And that happens very powerfully in the solitude of being in nature alone, because you're not falling back on the human cultural systems that are out of balance.
You've been a practitioner and teacher of Qigong and Tai Chi for many, many years. How has this influenced your relationship with nature and the teachings that you have brought forth?
Well, in many ways, the life force, the Qi, it's an energy that flows through all living beings. The birds, the animals, the trees, the earth itself, the meridians of the earth. There are meridians of energy and lines of energy that flow through the planet just like they flow through our bodies. So when you're out in nature alone, because your senses have become so refined, you begin to experience the energetics of the rest of life. And you begin to experience places in nature that have very strong energy flows. And you go to those places, and I often practice in those places because you receive the gifts of the natural, harmonious, balanced, and integrated energy that comes from places that are still in balance and harmony. So the gift of that kind of energy and that kind of Qi is extraordinary. It's very different than what you absorb when you're in a city or in a heavily industrialized environment. It's a very different experience. So I learned over the years of doing these deep wilderness retreats in solitude in nature that when I did my Qigong or Tai Chi practices, that nature would gift me back these extraordinary gifts of profound balanced energy and a sense of harmony and peace and connectivity with the life force of the entire planet and of other species. And we learn to receive these gifts through the practices of Qigong and meditation in the body of nature itself. These are the natural gifts that life forms give to each other when we work in a way that's in balance and harmony.
On that note, you promised to give us a little meditation teaching on how to reconnect with nature. Maybe we should do that right now.
Sure. Well, we're sitting in a very beautiful grove of trees right here, and I wish you could share this beautiful grove with us. Maybe we can find some way to bring in some tree images to our sharing right now. But one of the things that's a very simple practice is to go out, find a tree in your neighborhood, in your backyard, somewhere close to you, and go up to that tree, connect with it, open your heart to it, give a little thanks for the beauty of its existence and being, and then listen. Ask, is it appropriate for me to come into relationship with you at this time? Would that be okay? And then listen. If it is appropriate, you'll usually hear either, some people actually hear a yes in their stream of consciousness. But almost everybody feels a kind of energetic opening, a feeling of joy or happiness, or a feeling of warmth. If it's a no, it's usually a contraction, a closing down, a shutting off. And if it's appropriate for you to make a connection with that beautiful tree, it will give you that kind of an answer. So once you've received that answer, you can walk up to the tree, and if you take your hands like this and move up to the tree, get kind of close and sense through the palms and through the lagoon points in the palm centers and the fingertips also. Sense the energy field of that tree. You use the power of your intent to connect to the field of energy of the tree. As you do that, you may notice that as you get close to the tree, of course, the field may get stronger, but you may also notice that the strongest place to sense the energy of the tree is not necessarily right up against the tree, but maybe back some feet or some meters away. So practice a little bit walking in and walking back. Sense where the energy field is strongest in your connection to the tree. Open your heart then once that energy field is very direct and strong, and really give some love and appreciation for the energetic relationship that's opening. That's a fantastic experience. And when that happens, of course, you're giving to the tree the beautiful, loving energy from your heart. The tree is radiating back to you the great gifts of the heaven Qi that comes down from above and the earth Qi that comes up from Mother Earth and flows through it. Trees transfer Qi from Mother Earth into the sky. and they're bringing the energy from the heavens down through the tree and the crown of the tree down into the earth, very much like what happens with us humans when we do Qigong practice and Tai Chi in a harmonious way in nature. So if you stand like that with the tree, then you can, and you have that kind of relationship that's based on the heart and the radiance of the energy. Then go a little bit deeper, and on the in-breath, receive whatever the tree has to give you, and maybe have a sense of that energy flowing down from the heavens into the tree, and that energy flowing up from Mother Earth through the core of the tree, and then radiating out all this on the in-breath as you breathe into yourself. Feel it entering your own being, filling you, and as you breathe in, it's rising up through your crown into the sky, and going and flowing down as a gift from you to Mother Earth through your feet. Take your shoes off before you do this practice. Shoes have rubber usually on the soles, and that blocks your chi connection. So do this barefoot if you can, or if it's winter and a cold time or a wet time, then do it with maybe a non-rubber soled shoe or a moccasin if you can. You can also wear socks of a natural fiber like cotton or wool in the winter, and just use those. So you do all that on the in-breath. Then on the out-breath, you can see the chi from the heavens coming down through your crown and rising from the earth up through her into your body. And then as you breathe out, it radiates out from all your main chakra centers, and especially from the heart and the palm centers. As a gift back to the tree, it enters the tree's its field and flows up into the sky and down into Mother Earth as a gift to the heavens through the partnership with the tree. We call this reciprocal breathing. And so you breathe in and you breathe out in this kind of a relationship. It's kind of like if you were to draw a capital H, and each of you, part of the H is the vertical U, standing in this kind of relationship to the tree, and the other part is the tree itself. And then between you, the cross between the two vertical lines, is the exchange back and forth. It's this reciprocal breathing process. What that will do is unify you and the tree energetically in a beautiful way that opens up a deep energetic relationship with the tree and the beingness of the tree. It gives the tree a great gift, and you and the tree both can transfer this amazing joy and beautiful gift of life and transfer it up into the heavens as a deep appreciation for the existence that we have, both as tree and human here on this planet, and then down into Mother Earth for all the gifts of life that this planet has provided us both. It's a beautiful way of using the breath to share back and forth. If you don't want to get quite so intricate as that, you can simply radiate from the heart on the out-breath and bring in from the tree on the in-breath and exchange back and forth directly, and have that sense of the roots of the tree and the crown of the tree connected to the heavens, your own crown connected to the heavens, your own feet connected down through the rooting energy in the K1 points in your feet down into Mother Earth. It's a beautiful practice.
It certainly is. Wouldn't it be transformative if this exercise was taught to every child starting in nursery school and onward? It would change the world.
Definitely. One of the great things we can receive in our schools is simply learning how to appreciate and respect and honor the rest of life. If there's honor, love, and respect for the rest of life, then the energy, the chi, will flow in connectivity with that respect, honoring, and love. Very good practice for kids in school. When I was a young kid, I had a wonderful teacher who took me out into nature with the rest of the class, and we would spend some time in the forests and the fields and the mountains, basically just going out and appreciating the birds and the flowers and the trees. She didn't have these kinds of practices such as the one I just mentioned, but she loved nature. We all felt that. And so we picked that up and we began to reflect that kind of relationship. And instead of being a bunch of young, youthful takers, we turned into a group of lovers and appreciators of nature. And in a sense, the rest is history, in my case anyway.
In your teachings, you often speak about the influence of the Tao Te Ching.
Mm,
I know you have a beautiful quote
sure,
that you'd like to read for us.
sure. Glad to do that. The term "the way of nature" really came from this quote from the Tao Te Ching. And so I'll just read it. I think it becomes pretty self-evident. Empty yourself of everything. Let the mind rest at peace. The 10,000 things rise and fall, while the self watches their return, the self in the sense of the large self. They grow and flourish and then return to the source. Returning to the source is stillness, which is the way of nature. The way of nature is unchanging. So that quote became that really was the inspiration for what we now have as the organization, The Way of Nature, which is a fellowship of like-minded souls that see nature as our partner in the journey into the exploration of what is the meaning of this life. How can we deepen our connections to the rest of life? How can we make a deep connection to the essence of ourselves? And how can we uncover this fundamental mystery that holds both outer nature and inner nature? So that way of nature that pathway was inspired by this beautiful quote of returning to the Tao. Source and the Tao are really one.
You often speak about source awareness in relationship to all your teachings and discovering source awareness. For our audience, would you define what that means, source awareness?
If you follow back all the forms and the experiences of this life through sight, sound, taste, smell, touch, balance and movement, the experience of energy, the way in which you have emotions about things and the way you have thoughts about things, if you follow all of those things back into where they arise at the deepest level within, what they uncover is a very pure, very clear, open awareness that's similar to the vastness and openness of the sky. And that aspect of clear, open awareness is a foundational state that is absolutely unchanging and indestructible. That's what's pointed to in this quote. And that level of pure source is the level which ultimately, if you follow the pathway of the way of nature, ultimately it reveals that fundamental essence of yourself and of everything. That's also the level at which all life has a common ground. All plants, all animals, all stones, all forms of existence share that fundamental common ground. So that's where we are all one. At that level, we all arise from the same great mystery.
These teachings are at the source also of Dzogchen, Tibetan Buddhism,
Yes.
and many traditions. What I find when I talk to people is that they get a glimpse of this in their practice. And then all of a sudden they're caught again in all their dramas and cartoons, we might call it. How do you stabilize that practice?
Well, first there needs to be dropping away, we feel, from the normal patterns of psychosis and neurosis that fill most of our lives in contact with human culture. Once you've removed yourself from those patterns of neurosis and psychosis, you have a chance to open up something fresh and new. And that fresh and new relationship holds within it something extraordinary. And you go through a process initially of first finding out that there's a possibility of connecting, not being disconnected from nature, but actually outer nature, but actually having authentic and deep connections that begin to have real meaning for you. As you go deep into those connections, then you begin to have the experience of a kind of state where there's still you and the other being of nature, but like the tree. But there's also a state of fundamental unity that's there at the same time. Now, when you go deep into the experience of communion, you go deeper yet, and you start having experiences, if you're very lucky, of extraordinary unity. Out of those experiences of unity, if you're sitting in a sacred circle, as we do during our programs, we usually establish a sacred circle or medicine wheel or mandala, then you've had that experience with many of the forms of nature that you share your say week or several days of alone time. Now, after that period of time, everything within your sacred circles you begin to experience as intimately and unified sense of connection with yourself and with that deep level within yourself. And so you have an intimate family type relationship with everything that arises in outer nature. Then we take all of those relationships, we turn the experience of each one of the experiential fields back into where they arise internally. Where did they come from? In what kind of a field of consciousness do they manifest? And in what kind of a field of awareness do they dissolve back into when they're finished their particular way of being in a form aspect? And what we discover is that by following all those experiences back into the root of oneself, it uncovers the pure nature, the natural state that lies within it, the foundation of ourselves, the Tao itself, begins to manifest. It's pretty simple. It's so simple that most people miss it.
That's right. That's right. There is a phrase, do not remain in doubt. Once you have a glimpse of that state and start to stabilize it, do not remain in doubt. What would you have to say about that? How do you go beyond this doubt and really stabilize?
When you first engage in when you reach that point of returning to source, you do so with a complete conviction that this is the truth. This is the only way. This is the ultimate pathway into the pure level of beingness, the great mystery that underlies everything. That conviction itself sets a power of intent that then is a vehicle for a deep dive into the mystery. And you let go into the mystery and rest in the result.
This has been a real profound teaching for me and I believe for our audience. The way of nature is here. You have a center here in Crestone.
It's our headquarters.
Yes. So would you describe a little about that and the 3 pathways that you teach in the way of nature?
Sure. The 3 pathways are the path of wisdom, the path of the heart, the open heart, and the path of energy. And we've been talking a bit about the energy pathway here. So the way of nature really honors those 3 pathways. And the original opening of the way of nature began in part with 2 things. One was a commitment to finding the common ground that all the great traditions, all the great cultures, all the great pathways to enlightenment and liberation have followed. So I spent many years studying these different pathways and looking especially for what is the common ground that lay when I uncovered each one of these pathways and began to practice them. I've continued with many of those pathways, which are still an essential part of my own life and practice. But it's helped me by going deep into a number of different lineages to see what they have in common. And this is so important in this time because we're fighting each other over who's the best one, even having wars. And if we learn to find the common ground of what we share in common in the path to this liberated state, what a difference it would make in the world. We would then begin to establish relationships based on respect and appreciation for the diversity of the pathways that have unfolded. So what the way of nature has done is uncovered at least one way of seeing the common or experiencing the common ground of these many, many pathways. What do they have in common? So we have a practice set and a cultivation process that's based entirely on the common ground, not on a particular lineage. And I think that's a very important aspect. The other important aspect is that it's a pathway that doesn't rely really on buildings and temples and churches and all that kind of thing. We work with nature directly as the temple, as the church, as the sacred place. And so all of our cultivation is done in nature, with nature as the temple. Many of my students notice that when we do things together, many times animals, birds, beings of nature come to us and hang out because they feel so intimate and familiar with us. And we are so open-hearted and connected to them, so we dance together as a result. So the entire earth And all the environments of the earth are our partners, our lovers, our teachers, and the places where we do our spiritual cultivation.
I just keep thinking about how the world would change, how our experience of life would change if we could follow the way of nature.
Well, it's a natural way. In some ways, it's a very simple way. Right now, we're spending a little bit of time trying to get the word out about this process much more widely. It's an easy process to follow. It doesn't require you to even spend overnight in nature. We have designed ways to do just a portion of a day. And the results are extraordinary in terms of the depth to which people can go. We call that a renewal process. But we also, of course, have the retreats where we go out and we camp in nature alone with a buddy system where we check on each other to make sure that everything's okay. And I stay in the background making sure there's no problems. We provide a training before people go out to give them the tools to go deeper and deeper into the connection and to refine themselves into this amazing mystery of the mandala of all life and becoming a part of that. And then when they come back out, a lot of the emphasis is how do we maintain that? How do we integrate that back into the flow of everyday life with each other and with the outside world? How can we stabilize that? And there are ways to do that. But it takes a commitment to take the cultivation process back into your family, into your workplace, into the airport, into the train station, into the bus, into the bank, into the business, and integrate the core principles and processes that we give you to make that integrative step. And it's extraordinary what happens. Usually people's lives change profoundly from the inside out. So inner nature really defines the new pathway and reveals, in many cases, the true purpose for this lifetime. If you're out of phase with that, then that true purpose for this lifetime comes back into clear focus. And we begin to express our lives in that way. And usually that kind of insight is a kind of insight that liberates us from the pain, the agony, the suffering that our other ways of life have brought us, and brings us back with the gift of balance and harmony and respect and a much more integrated way of living with the family of life.
Isn't that the essence of the Tao?
Absolutely.
Balance and harmony. Isn't that what we're all looking for these days? Balance and harmony, the middle path, the path of yin and yang, and finding that middle road where we can all connect with each other, especially these days in this world.
True.
So how do people get in touch with you?
Well, we have a website, wayofnature.com. We have some books that we published. I think one of them is this one right here.
This is such a beautiful book.
It's a nice one we have. It's actually a series of what we call leaves of the way of nature, and they all represent different things you can take out and practice with when you're in the woods.
Well, give us an example of one.
Okay, let me find a really nice one.
The teachings are so simple, yet so profound.
We have something called the 12 principles, and the 8th principle of those 12 is called active compassion. That's once the energy body has been fully liberated and opened, then the chi is available to bring the joy of life into your existence again, because the energy is unblocked and the natural joy of life begins to be released. Once that joy manifests, the possibility for expressing and bringing that same joy to the rest of life opens. And so that we call the stage of an active compassion. So this 8th principle is active compassion. Compassion naturally arises from the radiance of the open, unconditionally loving heart. And there's a visual of that with this young fellow with the ox and the border buffalo. And then on the other side is this beautiful picture of a gazelle with a bird picking fleas and flies off of its coat and helping clean it. So we thought that was a beautiful image to demonstrate the compassion that all living beings have for each other.
Very beautiful. Thank you so much,
Sure.
John.
Wow, Sharon, that was lovely. It was such a nice video, and John Milton itself, the name itself says a lot actually. And I was so surprised. He also ended with love and compassion that we have been talking time and again in relation to climate change. And people might not realize how important it is to develop love and compassion for fighting climate crisis. Um, it could be very odd to hear that, oh, how come love and compassion, and I'm talking about climate, these two ends don't meet, but these two ends really meet, and they tie a very strong knot of understanding of having faith in nature and yourself and life, and how well these kind of things can impact your mental health. Your mental health impacts your physical health. Your physical health is being impacted by your lifestyle and right choices of life. And that's what you pick and choose, how you want to live, how you want your surroundings and gardens to be, how you want your life to be. And that's what he's been talking about. What a beautiful comparison about liberation and developing love and compassion to fight climate change and sustainability. Isn't it, Dr. Lakshmi? Oh, what a wonderful video she has taken. And this is one of the very best gifts you can ever give, Sharon, to everyone.
It was out of this world. And the beauty of the talk was the trees were at the back, and lush green trees with I was watching all those little branches going here, there, etc., etc., and how he was coordinating, one after the other, the questions that were put forward by Sharon, and he had answers for everything, and so beautifully he was answering, one by one. And the last answer was one of the best answers that he gave. I really admire his, his nature and the way he was talking. Many, many thanks to him to have listened to him.
Yeah, that's lovely. Sharon, you want to say something before I wish you a very happy birthday again? And we have a birthday time.
So that was filmed in my yard. and the opening shot with the drone that comes from Quantum Chi, the film that I'm hoping to bring out this year, that's at Crestone. It's beautiful, and John now he's such a conservationist, I would say. He's at this point, he's raising money to buy more land adjacent to his land and preserve that. And so he's actually right now, I think he'll be on his way very soon up to Boulder to do some fundraising. And what a dear friend that he's really has so much wisdom and so much experience. And I'm very
Marvelous,
grateful.
Sharon.
Yeah.
Marvelous. So here I go for your beautiful birthday gift. A sweet angel are you who deserves a special candy, especially on your birthday, to fill your heart with delight. May your day be full of music. May you shine with the divine light. For you are such a special gift of God, whom we all love and adore by heart. So, wishing a very special and blissful birthday and the marvelous years ahead of your life with great love and big hugs from all the Healing Art family. We all wish you the happiest birthday, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. so much.
So we have our stars over here, Sharon and Neil Kumar, whose birthdays are falling this week, which is on 16th and 17th of January. And everyone has come together to wish you both. You have been a great pillars of so many people's life and inspiration for so many people, and are still and will stay on to be part and parcels of everyone's life, making everyone bloom blissfully and fragrating everyone's life every moment, every second. So what a wonderful pleasure it is for each one of us over here to wish you both blooming stars, which are always glittering and glistening for all of us. A very happy birthday. So if you permit, on everyone's behalf, can I sing the song?
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sharon and dear Neil. Happy birthday to you. May you have many more. May you have many more. Happy birthday, dear Sharon and dear Neil. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. And now we put on to Nishit and then move on with Latam for something special to for you all. Before anything else, Sharon, you want to say something before we move on? Over to you first.
Well, many more. My mother is 96. She's still going strong.
Brilliant.
My dad lived till 95,
Wow.
so I think I have some time. And, you know, as you all know, we do our best to eat really good food and really take care of ourselves here. And so hopefully there'll be lots of time to continue to be with you all and heal our earth and heal ourselves and bring beauty and joy and deep, deep levels of understanding and compassion and love. And Neil, happy birthday to you.
That's very nice, actually, and it's you're a big example of how nature and sustainability are close related to longevity of life. So, as you said about your parents, which is so important, so we must think about it. And today's episode is particularly dedicated to make everyone understand. So all those who are listening to us, who are viewing us, you must have seen the basic aura that comes on your face is not through the artificial things, but it's about the nature that is within you. The more you put it in a spring mode, it will always shine and glisten. And that is why it's very important to think who we are, from where we have come, and what is the purpose of being here. And that will give you an answer, not to just take everything from nature, but to just give. The more we will start giving, the more it will give us. And that's what is the returns of the assets that we'll be taking forever and putting up the legacy for the future as well. So let's brighten everyone's heart and make people understand the beautiful place is the real world and not the artificial things that we all live in. So cheers with your smile and open your heart with the same love and compassion that can change and transcend every mode and can make you feel that, yes, this is the real world, my real home, my real garden, and the beautiful Sharon Rose that lies in everybody's heart. Thank you so much. So with these words, Nishit,
I just wanted to ask, have we ended the session? Have we brought it to a close?
yes. So with due permission, we would like to end today's episode, and let me close it with the Gayatri mantra. Yes, Lata?
Now, I was just going to say that my thoughts were Global Namaste, by the way. It was a lovely session, lovely group of people. I just wanted to mention about the fact that climate change has to all start from grassroots again with the children at school. I think what we're educating ourselves about there is about greed, but really we need to educate ourselves about going back to basics, like what Sharon is living a beautiful life up there, aren't you, Sharon? With the trees and galore and I was it like it felt like it was a down, they were growing below you, and or were they at the same level that they started, or was it below where you were sitting above them?
We were sitting right by there's a creek that runs right by my house. So we were sitting in front of the creek there. And then the mountains are to the right, the view of the mountains. And it's very beautiful. And that early shot of John was, of course, you know, up in the mountain area and all around, showing the mountains of Crestone. He likes to go up there and meditate.
Okay. No, it was just so, you know, serene and very
So with
heavenly.
this,
I would say I could feel
with
the
this, let's conclude, Lata, today's episode. It's time to close with the Gayatri Mantra. So let's have a Gayatri Mantra together and wind up today's session. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति